Halo, 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 halo.
1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are about to start our conference.
Witamy Państwa bardzo, bardzo serdecznie. Ja nazywam się Anna Rywczyńska, reprezentuję.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorary. I represent NASK, the National Research Institute, and my name is Kempka, and I represent the Empowering Children Foundation. We have not earned this ovation yet. However, if we get an ovation on day 2, we will be grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, there are very few such joyous events, and this is the 19th event on the subject as a full whole. So we are very happy to see you here despite the autumn outside that has come all of a sudden, but we are especially happy with the first row because we have at this conference really people who on an everyday basis lead things regarding cybersecurity, education, set trends and directions regarding safety of young people and children. We would like to welcome Minister Gawkowski from the Ministry of Cyfryzation. We would like to welcome from the Ministry of Education, Monika Horna-Ciestak, the Children's Ombudsman, the representative of our main partner, Magdalena Długowędka from Orange Foundation. And we would like to welcome all of the people here in the hall. We should have about 450 people, and we would like to welcome all of those who are connecting online from the registration. We have about 5,000 participants online looking at the registration forms. Welcome for everyone who is connecting online. It's not counting as screen time, ladies and gentlemen, of course. And of course, I would like to welcome our partner, Empowering Children Foundation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 4 days of our conference ahead of us. We have got here our plenary sessions, workshops later on Thursday and Friday. There will be 19th webinars for the 19th conference, but there's also our mini-series. There's going to be a song, so there will be many new things happening in the coming 4 days. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, we would like the Deputy Prime Minister Krzysztof Gawkowski to officially open the conference. It's going to be easier from here. Yes. Good morning. What a nice feeling it is when a human being can stand amongst so many people who are so involved in the situation. We've got educators, teachers, people working with the youth, everyone who has come to the 19th conference entitled Keeping Children and Young People Safe Online. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you that you act, that you really take care of the safety of children and young people online, that everything that you have been doing and what has been our main theme of our conference and has accompanied us over those years. Safety of children and young people. It is not just the title of this conference. It is not just the leitmotif of our responsibility for legislation. For all of us, it is also the responsibility for the young generation, for the new generation, for the future. We are in the space and time when it is high time to put this new hypothesis that we have never mentioned at any conference. There is no longer a division between online and offline. This division no longer exists. Over the years, it has been created. We have talked about it. It was a kind of barrier where we could say, be offline and you will be safe. This time, in the eyes and understanding of children, but also adolescent girls and boys, is over. We have one childhood. We have one childhood, and that childhood is about building yourself, making mistakes, looking for solutions, but also fighting loneliness, experiencing hate. And very often, this connects the online world with the real world. That's the Poland these days. That's the way Europe and the world is. It is not enough to say that during such conferences we will talk about how to change it. It is not only that we have to take this obligation that we will change it, but we have to change it actively. That's why this year I'm really happy that we are going to talk about themes that a few years ago seemed like, science fiction, emotional relationships with artificial intelligence. I remember last year we talked during one of the panels about whether an AI can be a friend. There were more question marks last year. Now, this year, there's going to be more exclamation marks. Artificial friends, its influence on your self-image and self-worth. Different images that people replay, young people replay every day, spending 5-6 hours online. After all, digital identity, deep fakes, disinformation, these are not things coming just out of our heads. These themes these days come from our hearts. The heart and the head connects these elements. It is about asking questions about the future and also about mental well-being and mental health. So together with Barbara Nowacka, we have come here to this conference because asking about the future, it is not just our role responsible for legislation, but it's also the role of organizations that fight for it on an everyday basis. Very often also putting pressure on us, on public administration, so that the changes would be introduced more quickly and will be more effective. The conference today, the number of partners, the involvement of the Ministry of Digitization, this is also the leitmotif of this school year, 2025-2026, also in the actions of our ministry. Switch on respect, switch off hate. It's not just a motto. This is also the foundation of the responsibility of the state, where hate cannot be the result of the freedom of speech. And I want to emphasize that today, because in a couple of hours' time, together with Minister Barbara Nowacka, during the Council of Ministers, we will be introducing the new legislation, and that will be the time when illegal information will disappear from the internet within minutes, not as it is at the moment within hours or even weeks. What we need then is a new culture of internet based on empathy, responsibility, and the responsibility of adults for their children. Because if a conversation is our first firewall, then silence is the most dangerous loophole in the system. The IT people should know about it, but also everyone working socially should bear that in mind. So today, when we talk about designing the world in which we live, we should design technology with children in mind. So we have to speak very honestly. The technological industry, technology, from an individual programmer all the way to a big digital platform, should set and accept one basic standards. The safety of the child as the basis, the first thing. It is not an exception. It is not a correction. That's the basis, the foundation. That is our common responsibility, in which the programmer understands the needs, and the platform, regardless of the size, is able to enforce and keep that need because they know that it's in the ethical standards. We have to emphasize the digital resilience of children. And of course, it starts with the adults, but it's not about simple solutions that we are going to place on the table. It's easy to start a discussion regarding the age where the presence on social media should start. It's easy to say whether to bring or not to bring your cell phone to school, but statistics show that the most difficult thing is to take responsibility for how this world is created in reality. At school, a child uses the phone for about 30 minutes. At home, it is 5 hours. It is easy to show and prove that the difficult content and illegal content is found because there is no support or no control at home. And then the inconvenient content disappears very quickly. So at stake, we also have the safety of the children, but also your own safety. It's about recognizing deep fakes, how not to get addicted, how to take responsibility. And this needs to be also taught at school. Also teaching and taking responsibility for what we teach children. My colleague, Minister Nowacka, knows it really well. I have 3 kids, 5, 10, and 15, so as you can see, all the way from the kindergarten to high school. And the truth is that if already in the 4th grade the kids get information, get an account on social media, thanks to that you are going to get access to a communicator. Thanks to that, you will have contact with your teacher. Then we have to start by saying during this conference that the well-being of the child starts from us. Can we say no and be effective in that? Do we realize the problems behind such a decision? But we also have to realize that we are not going to exclude our child from the world of new technologies. These are the barriers that we have to know how to overcome and overcome them these days. So the future of our children in the world of screens, of information and disinformation is the future that we write these days at home, at school, at the ministry as well. Only with a good package can give us a good response so that we can keep the safety, but also to ensure that the world that surrounds us does not go mad and crazy in front of our very eyes. It is important that during this conference we talk about the future that's healthy and wise as well, so that we don't even think about taking decisions that do not have appropriate legislation accompanying it. I wish us that we find the balance between technology and everyday normal life. And I wish us that always, no matter how old we are here in this hall, we put the child in the center of our attention. It is the adult who creates not the future, but creates the responsibility and what the responsibility will be like for our country, for Europe, for the world in the future. And make sure that there is responsibility amongst the adults for the children. I know that the responsibility is there. Our hearts, our actions show our responsibility, that we want a good change. However, the responsibility needs to come also in the fact that new technologies know no boundaries, and we must be able to create those boundaries for the benefit of the children, but also how we are going to expect responsibility and decisions from when those children become adults. And I wish you that we will have good legislation, but also please take good care of the well-being and the future of our children. From this conference, we know that we will have no doubts, because it is the child and their well-being of our children is the most important thing. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a fruitful conference.
Otwarcie konferencji.
Thank you very much. I'll ask now Barbara Nowacka, the Minister of Education, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really impressive how many people have gathered here today, and you are here physically, and people joining us online to talk about the foundation, the future. That is the safety of children, because it's not only the safety online, but also, as mentioned by Prime Minister Gawkowski, is the safety everywhere. The internet today dominates part of social contacts today, what is visible in how relations are shaped nowadays. We live in times that are exceptional for many reasons, very dangerous times. Times when the war vision is not just a memory of our grandparents, but the experience of our neighbors in Ukraine, the experience of children that came to Polish schools, and looking at the recent events. Hybrid war and disinformation war is also entering Poland, and children are most exposed to it because they are least experienced or are the easiest target of such an attack. But there is also you, the Foundation Empowering Children, the Ministry of Digitization, and Ombudsman for Children's Rights, and you, teachers, social workers who have for many years been acting for the safety of children, the wisdom that you can give them. These exceptional times mean that new technologies, as mentioned by Prime Minister Gawkowski, are the imminent part of life. And we are standing at the crossroads with two dilemmas. On the one hand, we really want new technologies to be tamed. We want the young people to know the technologies. We invest together with Prime Minister Gawkowski, thanks to the resources funds from the European Union, 5 billion zlotys in the digitization of Polish education, starting from LAN network, from STEM AI lab. 20,000 schools will have such labs, 4,000 will have STEM labs, 88,000 teachers in the years to come will use trainings in this respect. The equipment that will get to schools, that will be provided to teachers, these are tools, and on the other hand, they pose a challenge, the wave of disinformation, artificial intelligence, that we can wonder whether it's our friend or enemy, how to use it. The threats such as cyber bullying, deepfake, this is also an everyday life. So on the one hand, we provide the equipment and tools. On the other hand, we see great threats and risks that result from the improper use of these tools. You are learning, and the children are learning how to use artificial intelligence, how not to be manipulated, how to differentiate it between what is true and what is fake, how to build resilience against hate, how not to hate. So we, on our part, try to support this process, but nothing will replace a teacher at school and a parent at home. And we are aware that the responsibility of the state is very broad. So the governing are responsible for good policies, for tools such as limiting access to platforms with regard to age, limitations in using mobile devices, for example, during classes at school, where the teacher should be in power, should be in control, how and whether at all a given device is used. Kindergartens without electronics. This is a challenge, but we know this is needed. But once again, Prime Minister Gawkowski said quite aptly that a child at school uses the phone for 30 minutes and the rest remains the responsibility of the parent. How the child spends his or her free time and how they spend the time together with the parent. Teachers and school may say how to build relations and support this in the school environment, but nothing can replace parents' accountability, who's responsible for all of this at home. And this is also a thing that has to be clearly stated. Parents are very responsible for the process of raising their children, but the same responsibility is carried by teachers. And later, teachers are blamed often for some things that parents didn't provide for their children. So the fundamental thing is to have trust in teachers. Teachers are prepared, are competent. Their whole work and previous educations were devoted to teach in the best possible way. Hence my appeal to parents: do trust the teachers. They do have expert knowledge. Teachers know how to talk about cybersecurity, cyber violence, how to differentiate between what is true and what is fake, because they receive these tools from the state and non-governmental organizations, and equipped in this knowledge, such teacher will support the child. I indicated that this year promoting directions for moving around the networks and critical analysis of contents in online. We have two new classes, health educations, where a big part is devoted to counteracting addictions, cyber hygiene, and building relationships in the real world, not in the virtual world. And on the other hand, civic education, where the differentiation between the truth and the fake, the ability to talk, the skill to use modern tools is the foundation. Kompas Jutra reform that will be introduced in 2026, the entire module in teaching Polish will, according to the proposal of experts that I really like, will be responsible for media education, so also cybersecurity of children, or security of children online. I have repeated it many times that school is for children, for students. This is where young people gain competences and leave the school as an adult and responsible citizen. But there is no school without teachers, without teachers like you all, who are enthusiastic and who bring their passion and energy and care to the children. Because when we talk about digital world, we cannot forget that we are also talking about relations, quite different than those that we were familiar with, completely different that our grandparents knew. The young will be building the new world of relationships, and if they are lucky, and the Polish children are lucky, they will encounter wise teachers, because our teachers are wise. And we, as the Ministry of Digitization, as the Ombudsman of Children's Rights, and the entire government and institutions have one task: to support you, to give you the best tools and trust the teachers, trust in the wisdom of parents, and in the good cooperation. I wish you great meetings, fruitful workshops, a lot of strength, energy, wise children, and understanding parents. All the best to you.
Bardzo dziękujemy za...
Thank you very much for these words. I will ask Monika Honda-Cieślak, the Ombudsman for Children's Rights, to take the floor.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here, because here we are connected by something that is most important, that is the safety of our children and accountability and responsibility for children. Responsibility for children in all spheres in which they function. And as we know, as was said on numerous occasions today, the internet is everyday life of Polish children, and we cannot escape this anymore. It's impossible. But when we at the Office of the Ombudsman for Children's Rights talk to children, when the children call us, they often say that they miss a guide in the virtual world, people that they could talk to about the virtual world, what is true, what is not true, what is fake. They tell us that they are scared with the wave of hate. That's why all of you who are here today, who are with us online, you are the guardians for these children. people that are extremely important for them, who are with children, who always offer wisdom, and it all comes from the good heart, because it stems from the deeper sensitivity, from the fact that we want our children to be happy, to be safe, and that this world is as good for them as possible. So as the Ombudsman for Children's Rights, I thank you that we can meet here. I thank the Minister at the Ministry of Digitization, the Minister of Education, for all activities that are taken up. I am really glad to hear about all the regulations that are to protect children from illegal content, from content that is harmful to children. We really need this. We hear it from children that children don't know where to go with things they encounter. They don't know how soon something will be removed from the internet. I also want to mention NASK, with which we cooperate very closely, and NASK makes sure that there's hygiene in the digital space and that it is as good as possible, but also raising qualifications of children, health educations, all these important elements connected with how to take care of mental health, how to use the internet, how to be a support for peers when something bad is happening online. These are really exceptional things. So I thank you for introducing such subject to the Polish school, but also, as you know, my main theme is a big thank you. So I want to express my gratitude to NASK, to the Empowering Children Foundation, as they have been talking for many years that cyber security, cyber safety of our children is the most important topic. They are institutions that have taken up numerous initiatives, and I thank you for that. This is amazing work, and at the end, I want to leave you with one question. I'm sure the answer will be clear for many of you, but I think that for many people, for parents, for adults, it may be not as clear. Now, when I'm talking to children, they tell me that when they feel bad, they talk to artificial intelligence. When they ask questions connected to what school to pick, to choose how to direct their lives, they talk to AI. I'm sure you know it, but very many adult people don't realize that at all, that the partner for conversation is the internet, is AI for our children. So once again, let's be with our children, let's be the guardians, the guides. Once again, I want to thank you for your cooperation, for your engagement, and please remember that the Ombudsman office is always open for you. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank for these words. I'm sure we feel a lot of energy for our work today. It's my pleasure and privilege to say a few more words on behalf of the NASK Institute, National Research Institute, which has been dealing with activities for digital safety throughout the years. And we are really glad that we are dealing with activities that are to protect in the digital world the youngest citizens. And I think when I talk about pride, I'm speaking on behalf of all the members of our team co-creating this event. That this is great joy, and it gives us a lot of strength for work. And this conference, I think that such meetings as this ones are so that we can organize things in our heads, because on a daily basis we are bombarded with information about trends, behaviors, activities. So I think sometimes we need to stop, try to understand what is happening, try to name our fears, listen to experts, and while listening, be inspired and listen to our own intuition, because there aren't simple answers to everything. Yesterday, for example, we had a meeting with an advisory council of parents with whom we've been working for several years, and we started to talk about artificial intelligence. What are we supposed to say to children? What can they ask AI? For instance, is it okay to, for example, ask AI to interpret our results. It's not at all simple. We heard it several times here today about exclusions. We cannot exclude children offline. We cannot exclude children online. We need to constantly look for the golden means. And children see their needs in a very diversified and individual way. Some children tell us that they feel better online, they feel safer. The other ones will say that feel safer offline. Some of them are more afraid of aggression online, the others offline. I'm saying this because we had a survey among our youth advisory panel. We discussed with them all the topics that we'll be talking about today, and we asked them to send us their thoughts that we can propagate. So you will see how different the perceptions are, how much we need to be careful, mindful of all these perceptions. I've been to radio recently. We talked about the campaign we started, the report on violence or bullying online. I talked with one psychologist on the radio, and he said a beautiful thing. I really loved it, that he often has the privilege of listening to problems of young people. This privilege really touched me because we, as it stems from the report, don't always have this privilege because children don't come to us, don't talk to us about their problems. Perhaps we are not immersed enough in the online sphere. Perhaps they think we cannot really help them. So there is a big role for us to fulfill, and as was said by the Ombudsman, children are seeking contact and seeking support, and among other things, that's why they go to AI. We will be talking about it during the conference. The Prime Minister mentioned a new campaign that we initiated together with the Ministry of Digitization, a campaign for parents that talks about closeness, pure closeness, pure need of conversation between children and parents. And I think in conversations there is a very strong power. And I hope that these meetings will also be so inspired, will bear fruit in the form of many discussions, so we are more ready for the challenges that we will be talking about. I want to thank our partners, our honorary patrons, the Foundation Empowering Children, that we are together on this path. I thank you for coming here, and I wish you a good time. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo, Ania.
Thank you very much, Anna. And now I would like Marta Skierkowska to take the floor, the Vice President of the Empowering Children Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our foundation, I have this enormous pleasure to welcome you to the 19th conference, Keeping Children and Young People Safe Online. Thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you very much for coming here. I know that this time sometimes actually stolen from other places. Thank you for the space that you create in order to talk about the safety of children and young people when it comes to new technologies. There is nothing more important than working with children. I would like to thank you for your work with the children, and I will repeat after the Ombudsman for Children's Rights. And what connects all of us is that working with children is a great privilege. It is also a privilege that we work with safety and security, that with your work you can also minimize certain risks and give the kids the feeling of safety and security. Thank you very much for that. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our partners and allies in this very important mission. First of all, I would like to thank for the multi-year cooperation and support to NASK, the National Research Institute. Thanks to this partnership and common work, we have already managed to achieve a lot, and I do believe that there is still much ahead of us. Orange Foundation, also another long-standing partner, the foundation that we can always count on when it comes to the safety of children and young people online. I would like to thank the whole team at the Empowering Children Foundation. For many months, you have been preparing this event. Thank you very much for your involvement, professionalism, creativity, and hospitality that we can experience here on site, but also online. Thank you very much for your effort. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference is about current trends and challenges regarding the safety of children and young people. The dynamic environment creates new threats, but also new opportunities to create a safer environment. So we are going to concentrate during this conference on the increasing role of the AI, on the reality of young children, such as AI companion, which influence the content that young people come across, what they find online, and also how they build their relationships in the virtual space. This is what we need to name, what we need to shape, and what we also need to protect with appropriate means of protection and education. I wanted to say that today's event, but this event actually is going to take 4 days. We hope that it's going to be new steps for the children in our country. The Empowering Children Foundation gives tools to, for example, successfully and truly verify the age of the users of social media. As a state, we should no longer wait for what is happening with the Digital Services Act. It just needs to be introduced, and it has got all of the tools to really protect our children. We all are waiting for this. Starting this event and opening it, I would like to wish everyone present here in this hall, but also everyone in front of the screens online. I wish you fruitful discussions. I wish you conclusions that will bring the creation of safer space for young people. May these days also bring new possible ways of cooperation that will ensure better safety on a better level for children and young people. Thank you very much. Have a good conference. Thank you very much. Now, I would like Magdalena Długołęcka from the Orange Foundation, our long-standing partner, to take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the Orange Foundation, it is a great honor to be a partner of this conference yet again. This year, just like every year, we see the results of many different programs, many different reports as well regarding the safety of children and young people. This is the time to share this knowledge, but also this is about talking about the challenges of the rushing online world. The goal of the conference is also to talk about artificial intelligence. It's growing very fast and in front of our very eyes. It is creating a revolution in many walks of life. This is why it is important that we educate what AI is, what it gives young people, what challenges it poses, especially when it comes to the safety and proper development of young people. It has been mentioned, and it's a very important subject. Knowledge, critical thinking, relationships, and adults who are aware of all of this can be a great support for the young people in order to ensure and take care of the safety in the world of prompts and algorithms. What the minister mentioned, and taking this opportunity to speak to you, the hall full of many teachers, I would like to invite you to a new AI-related project that we implement. These are training sessions and programs for the teachers and educators regarding AI. You can gain practical knowledge, but also learn more about social and ethical challenges that AI creates. Lekcja AI.pl, so AI lesson.pl. This is the place where you can register we have thousands of places. We introduced this together with the Foundation for Digital Education, and that is also financed by the EU, and we do it together with the ministry. So I encourage you to participate in this program. In the meantime, I would like to wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we can consider the 19th conference, Keeping Children and Young People Safe Online. I consider this conference open. And now I would like Professor Małgorzata Michał from the Jagiellonian University to take the floor. She is pedagogue and activist and educator. And she is going to talk about something we, I believe, have not talked about it yet during the conference, but where is the street on the internet? Virtual implementation of the real needs of children and young people. I believe that I am already audible. You can hear me. I will take the clicker. Dear colleagues, I will be speaking to you not as ladies and gentlemen, as per you, because I do believe that if you are here in person, if you are in front of the screens, that means that children matter to you most. And that's the same for me. And this is why I'm here with my assistant. This is a teddy bear from Janek Węski, who was also an ombudsman for children's rights. This is my talisman. So wherever I deal with children's safety or I do something for the children, this teddy bear is with me, and that's practically all the time. So the title of my presentation is also a challenge because I have the pleasure of opening this plenary part. So when we talk about the street, may initially seem far away from cyberspace. However, I will show you that that's not really the case. So this is the plan, so that I would have a certain framework to move around and I speak with you. And okay, as an introduction, I wanted to mention that, and I don't want to talk about it, to boast about myself, but I wanted to show you that academics, we don't just sit at the desk. We are also at your disposal for teachers, for pedagogues, for the kids. So whenever there is something that gets out of control or where we don't have the knowledge yet, we bring you our knowledge and our space. So in this context, I want to tell you that I'm not just a scientist and an academic sitting, at my desk and just doing research. So the very first picture makes me smile because I used to have a series of meetings in kindergartens, and I used to go talking about poor children in Poland, and I showed them this picture, the kids, this picture, and I asked them, guess where I work? And the kids say, in a church. So, well, it makes me smile. And then I received the award, the Janusz Korczak award. And when I received it, I thought to myself, oh gosh, now I have done something that I will have to deal with this award. I have to do more with it. And I started thinking about what is happening. And because I research the street, I work out in the streets also as ethnology, but I work in the areas that are excluded, and this is where the kids fulfill their needs in the street. I managed to reach out and meet over 15 such organizations. I spent over a month in public spaces and on my bike. But I just wanted to also talk about a metaphor. And what has happened that we have started to look for the street over the internet, and it's been only 3 years when that shift changed. So at some point, when I realized many different things and what is happening, I felt helpless. And I do believe that there are moments when you feel helpless as well, because 2 or 3 years ago, we believed that we know everything, and all of a sudden, it turned out that the kids have skipped our attention. They got out and they are no longer just in shopping centers or in the street, but they are online. And the street online is so wide, it has no boundaries, and we are looking for children when we are lost ourselves, and the kids have been lost for a long time. So when I have been working with social workers, with the street workers and activists in the street, the most common image that I saw was this image. Kids who are 3, 4, out in the street for the whole day, no adults, but they always have a phone with them. Because in the spaces that I research and I deal with, those parents are of the opinion that when these kids have a phone in their hands, they are being cared for. There was no care. The kids would sit like this for 2 or 3 hours. They would not react to, encouragement to start a conversation, to participate in any game. And so they are out here and they are simply in one of the deserted yards with no adults in the streets. And so the street workers around the globe come across this image. And they say that the most common image is a child, even from favelas, from the slums. The child that has no education, is emaciated, hungry, but that child has a phone in their hands. And so the question that we are asking ourselves is what this child is looking for in those virtual spaces, and also why even the street has become so unfriendly that metaphorically they have moved that street online. So the first story, I would like to start with this narrative. This is a story that is a real story. So a teenage schoolgirl, like her friends, sat constantly with, their faces in their mobile phone. Well, she was nodding that she heard what was being said, responding with laughter to her peers, but in reality, every person sat by themselves. And so, when they were asked a question, what are you doing? So that we spend time together. We sit together. We all like to sit like this. And have a look. Together, we all like to sit like this. What does it mean, we all? And what does it mean together when everybody is with their face in the mobile phone? So this was a teenager, so she didn't have much patience for adults. So at some point she said, well, she cried out, she shouted, "You keep criticizing us for looking at our mobile phones and telling us to put them down and see what the world really looks like. But we know perfectly well what it looks like, and that's why we escape from it into our phones." And the second story is that the guy said that he's being scolded by the teachers, that he is in his phone, and he has his phone in the hand because he's taking notes on his phone. So the question is, what does it mean to be with your face in your phone these days? Yes. And then there was also my PhD student who was running research about street children, children who do not go to school. They have a very difficult life and have a difficult situation. So, there was a question that came up very often. Where are all the children from the yards? Because those kids are gone. So very often adults would say, the kids are at home on the internet. And so I allowed myself to talk with the adults about the teenagers and what they think about teenagers.
And these are the most common answers given by adults. So these messages addressed to children is don't sit on your phone when you eat. Don't put the phone away. If you don't do it better at school, I will take your phone away. And what do teenagers say? Because I often ask children and young people what they think about a given topic. Teenagers say, "But I have notes on my phone. But on YouTube, I have math classes and I learned from those classes. Online, I learned to rap from the internet. I learn English best from videos. In summer holidays, I go to my friend who's great, and I got to know her online. There are tests from the Matura exam online, and so on and so forth. So if I want to have coffee with my friend, I would say, well, be smart in such a situation." Nonetheless, I want to encourage you to ask questions. If it's possible that we suddenly, all of a sudden, in fact, that our worlds of adults and teenagers, that we have really diverted in those worlds. The second question that I want to find an answer together with you is is it true that in the 21st century, when we are dealing on the one hand with many crises, on the other hand with such a situation that of digital development, that our needs, human needs, have really changed so much in the 21st century? And the third question, where's the street on the internet? I'm not going to focus on the hierarchy of needs. We will work more on the Thursday's webinar with this needs pyramid. But I want you just to look, whether you look at it as a hierarchy, as a pyramid, it's important that we go back to this tool as a basic tool that allows us to look at a child or at a teenager as a person who perhaps takes up some activities because he or she has some need unsatisfied and tries to find a way to satisfy such a need. If we look in this way at the situation, then is it true that our needs have really changed? We still feel hungry as people. When it's cold, we wanted to change the situation. We want to be accepted. We want to be needed, noticed. We want to have feedback from the world, whether we do something right or wrong. We want to have this avatar, I see you. So I encourage you, and I also talked about it when cooperating with NASK on cyber prophylaxis, that we all go back paradoxically to the beginnings and think through the prism of hierarchy of needs what it is, in fact, that young people seek online. And if I were trying to be a bit mean, I would say start from yourselves and ask first what you are looking for, because it is also important why we sit online in the evening scrolling social media. I introduced the concept of a street. So briefly, as a researcher of urban studies trend, I'm not treating the street as a lane of asphalt between buildings, but as a certain cultural context. It is a sort of culture where particular groups are founded. And let's remember it in this way, that the street creates our identity. It has impact on the people who are on the street. It is as forming space. And why? Because we will see later, what it looks like online. Of course, in literature we have such concepts of subculture of the street and so on and so forth. This is not important at this point. What is important is that you note how much the place where we are at creates our identity, customs, lifestyle, way of thinking and perceiving the world. Because right now we are still in the real world. I want to say a few words on the situation in people who really fulfill most of their needs in the space of the street, and the street is such a safe haven where they can realize themselves. Usually what is indicated is the loyalty of people from the same community, from a given group. Later, when I started to research gangs, such slogans were said as brothers are important, all for one for all. So this is basically the loyalty. The second thing, hostility towards strangers, towards others, towards those who don't belong to our group. And usually the space of the street becomes attractive for people who have limited life opportunities, who for various reasons cannot fulfill their life needs from different levels in at homes, at school, or in some institution, organization, after-school clubs, in some place that should, by definition, be a place securing fulfillment of such needs. Another important thing, the omnipresence of violence. I'm coming back to that later. Anti-system approach, distrust in all institutions, politics, lack of trust towards politicians, rejection of social institutions, and having as the street code, which provides a framework for behaviors and gives the sense of safety in the space of the street, which by definition is open, unlimited, and if the young people go to the street, they have unlimited ways of possibilities of actions. When dealing with this for many years in Poland, I often heard the questions in scientific conferences: where have you seen people on the streets in Poland? You can see it in Brazil, in Mexico, on videos. And Dariusz Faron, as journalist, invited me to cooperate with his reportage. We had a tour around Poland where children and adolescents stayed on streets, where they escape home violence on the streets. So Wirtualna Polska is the portal where you can read this reportage. The facts are at the moment such that we know that there are children of the street in Poland. They are present. These are children who often escape the system, or who neglect their education, who aren't covered by the social services support. We are dealing with so-called disappearing families, which protect their children, but in the bad sense of the word. They protect them from the social support. And in the international literature, these children are termed as invisible children. Why am I saying that? I'm going slowly to pass to the digital world. The concept of invisible environment appeared quite recently when the first wave of immigrants in the United States, there's social workers, teachers, pedagogues, they became helpless. They feel helpless because the system of value of people who would come then by ships to the United States, their behavioral patterns, communications, faith, religion, they were difficult to understand. And the success was on the part of those workers who would enter the groups and try to understand their system of narrative, interpersonal communication, the way they treated one another, family hierarchy, and so on and so forth. And then this term invisible category was coined, and later it started to function in the description of children who not only from migrating families, but also others, children whose parents were in penitentiary isolation or children of the street. So this term was started to be used in such aspects of institutional invisibility, and we don't know how many children at the moment, colloquially speaking, have dropped out the educational system after the pandemic and never returned to the educational system. So this is an example of invisibility of such children, quite an obvious example. When many years ago I performed research on łódzkie bałuty, in which I learned that children are born who for 2 years don't have their registration number. So these children disappear from the system. Another aspect of visibility is limiting contact with parents or other guardians. Usually this relates to children whose parents are in prison or for some other reasons are disconnected from children. And the last category, unmet needs. So as an adult, for example, I don't see to the needs of the children, of the teenagers, and this causes them to be invisible. A few photographs so you can see which places I reach. The minister left us, unfortunately, but I think that the Polish state should be ashamed, and I say it loudly and with full responsibility that children stay in such places. These are very bad conditions. I managed to reach them to the gates where these people spend their time and fulfill their needs. When an adult comes to such places, a responsible person, this is usually a pedagogue, a teacher, where non-governmental organizations conduct their activities. The children are, I'm not going to use this word, taken care of. All kinds of nooks, spaces where children spend their time in Poland. It's still the real life part of this presentation. I apologize for the vulgar words. I'm not the author, but they have their purpose that I'm going to explain in a moment. Because children are constantly immersed in such an environment. I think all of you know this picture. This is at the backyard where for some time the late Kamil from Częstochowa was raised. I visited several such places in Poland. A symbolic situation. I don't know if you can guess what kind of building this is. Probably have the various thoughts. Let me tell you, this is a social welfare center in one of the places in the Silesia district, and this is a place where next to this area there are children living in burnt houses. This is a very symbolic photograph for me because it in a way presents in a very tangible way that even in places where a child could seek support, these places are closed down. They are completely blocked from use. Just you can see the symbolic picture that presents that. What do children most often experience in such places? I have a cloud with most common categories taken from the what you could see on the walls. So I apologize from the vulgar words, but please realize that if I filtered all the vulgar words, there wouldn't be any research material left. So be aware that what kind of things children are immersed in some spaces. It turns out that not, and there are quite a few such spaces, such places. To sum up, this part concerning children on the streets in Poland, because we do know they do exist, the definition of the Council of Europe brings an end to our stereotypical thinking of the children of the street. These aren't children that are born and stay and die on the street, as it is the case in some countries of the world, because it is noted that in each country of the world there is a phenomenon of the children of the street, and these are simply children that fulfill majority of their basic needs in the space of the street. The street is treated symbolically as backyards, shopping malls, basements, attics, different kinds of places where children gather without care. Sometimes they stay there the whole day, because the second part of the definition says that children of the street sometimes have a home, that is a roof over their heads, but it's a house, but not in the psychological and social understanding. So often we have children who, for example, are under the care of social services. So in the documents we see that they have a home, or they stay in a place for victims of violence, where in fact they don't have a home. They stay at such an institution, usually with the mother. These are often children with stolen childhood, as it is coined, who are deprived of children's rights, and often these are children who, for some reason not entirely known rationally, they are not under the care of the system for some reason. The pictures that you can see here are pictures taken by me. They are not artistic, it's just my research materials. Please note what kind of hiding places they create in excluded areas, and they spend their time there. They took those things from the dumpster, they created a base. These are families in one of the Silesian, slums in one of the Silesian cities. It was the children were giving me a tour around their space. In this picture, children in the street in Poland are often victims of home abuse. Remember that abuse and violence, it's not just it's also the neglect. So one of the provoking questions, I'm not afraid to pose such questions, isn't it true that we are dealing with systemic violence, abuse against those children, since their basic needs aren't fulfilled, since they don't have the conditions to fulfill their basic needs? They often experience the crisis of homelessness. As I mentioned, sometimes they stay in attics, in basements, in various institutions where they in fact do not have homes. Children in a refugee crisis, or children that run away from institutions, from foster homes for various reasons. So there's quite a lot, right? And still we are in the real life aspect. We are on the real street that we have so far managed to define, and now we can move on to activities that are aimed at securing the good of the children through the protection of adolescents and children. One thing we did, and another challenge is ahead of us, but this will be discussed in a moment. Usually, when talking about invisible children, children of the street, I'm using the term poverty, but not only in understanding material poverty, but also social and moral poverty. Because if in a moment we start talking about digital street, you will see that the majority of people who, as I call it, wander around the cyberspaces, they are also morally deprived, because they are in a community, in a place without a system of a value system.
Bo ja tutaj
I'll be checking my time. I do keep control of that. I don't know whether you are aware of it, but now about the youth gangs, because at some point it started to be connected with the internet violence of children and youth. Because up until recently, we have been doubting whether we have real gangs in the streets in Poland. However, these groups have moved online. And so, whereas I'm still asked where have I seen gangs of children and young people in the streets, well, they are active, especially when you've got sports club. So then we talk about those gangs moving online. So I would like to draw your attention to two things. What is the evolution of those playgroups, so to speak, when they used to have fun, into criminal groups? Because this is what happens when we move online. So initially they are play and criminal groups, and it is true that children say, no, it's just a game. We are only playing here. However, if to this, we are only playing here, you talk about, playing gangsters, bullying, stigmatization, when you also do fraudulent things, when you want to have some profit, not even material profit, but sometimes increasing your self-worth at someone's cost, we need to ask ourselves a question, is that only a game? It's just playing? And this is when we talked about the 1920s, 1930s. This was when those guys came in. 100 years later, we can see how the reality has changed. Those play and criminal groups, they evolved into criminal groups. And they are a very good exercise ground to exercise and learn different behaviors that break the law. So now we move on to the cyber streets. So now just try to move some of those situations I have mentioned, move them online, because then it turns out that some of the behaviors are the same, with one exception. We have no control over them at that time. So when we talk about the cyber street, that already works that way, we need to take the condition metrics. And so we have got the technological and information context. Also, the pandemic COVID-19 has caused the focus of participation to change with the prevalence. Yeah? We have got digital participation. That was the prevalence of digital participation. And, some street workers said that we are going to be jobless soon because the kids are disappearing from the streets. And I wasn't sure what was happening up to the moment because I heard that from my colleagues abroad. And I wasn't sure what they are talking about until we saw that kids are disappearing from our yards. And we thought that the worst thing that we will be dealing with is what we see in the streets as street workers, as pedagogues as well. It's not the worst thing. So the question started coming up. So where is the street online? Yes? And so I would like to draw your attention to this comparative analysis, because if we used to compare the activity of children on the real street, it would be the time and also openness. The child spends the time the way they want to. And this is why of those activities are sometimes on the verge, on the thin line, what's legal, what's illegal, or they are breaking the law. So this was the activity as fulfillment of needs, curiosity, adventure, different opportunities, contact with peers, interests, and also, getting some goods. Then success and promotion as well. So this is when you are seen as an individual and you can become more popular as well. So the street used to give a certain framework where there used to be different rules for the children. I'm not going to discuss if they break the rules, legal rules or not, but that's the way it was. But what about the cyber street? Well, it turns out that it is very similar. That there is always a good time to go online. The social media always have time for you. It's a space where we can spend time with unlimited time, and there are always people there. Even if there is no one around me, they will always find someone online. And the same for the street in the real world, yes? And then the activity, well, it's similar. Very often it is about science, fact, and curiosity, about every talking. It can be the excitement that they want something else, unlimited possibilities, and also achieving success quickly. For example, by likes, positive comments, or that someone takes interest in me at all. And then we have got also a certain framework. So on social media, there are certain rules set by the administrator, but also with online games, we also have certain rules. And so the cyber street came up that is no longer in the real world, that is online. Minister Gawkowski mentioned that now we live in a dual reality and no one opposes this view any longer. However, when I work with children and trying to understand what's happening, it is mostly emotional neglect, excessive time online, and also cyber content that's used without any control, any supervision. And so I have this comparative analysis regarding street children and cyber street children. It is just that this wandering has now moved online. It is looking for adventure. There is the risky behavior, the same way as is the real street. It's just that now we also have the cyber addiction. It is also that it's very easy to break norms. For example, access to illegal psychoactive substances. It's just that, it's easier on the cyber street, yeah? And now, please have a look at this slide and please bear in mind at least 2 or 3 points. So why? Because we are trying to find out, get the answer for what the children and young people look for in a deviant groups on the street. And well, the question is, what do they look for online? And you can see they look for the same things. The difference is just one. Cyberspace cannot be controlled. And that is something that us adults were surprised by, because up until now we thought that there are other real occurrences that are getting out of control. So what is happening? We have got a different identity. And so we have got people who in the real world are socially maladjusted, demoralized. It's a young bandit, young criminal. Nothing good will come out of this person. They are getting no education, etc., etc. And then it turns out that this person online is a leader of a peer community. So this is when you feel you are successful, you are a leader here. He's a creator, for example, writes poems, creates hip-hop lyrics, takes photos, records music. This demoralized young bandit is a pretty good photographer, writes pretty good poems, supports peer-to-peer support. I don't go into what kind of support it is, because sometimes it is, counseling how to evade legal consequences. However, they provide peer support. So who are we dealing with here? Where is this person real? And there was one lecture that I concluded with, where is the street online? Some time has passed. I have been now looking for the answer with my students. There are two MA theses that are being written about it. So we have been looking for the street online, and the platform that got us interested, and well, TikTok is well known, but Tumblr exists as well. And well, I know that my time is drawing to an end, but Tumblr, that's the study of destruction. This is where people, young people, invite others to self-destructive behaviors, to suicide, to things that are dangerous not only to their health, but also to their lives. And I'm going to also talk about it during the webinar, and this is about the romanticizing of psychological and psychic disturbances. One of my students is writing about it at the moment, but there is a new phenomenon that makes us adults, which needs young people fulfill and meet by romanticizing psychic disorders. And then there is also pseudo self-advocacy that can lead to different issues. And another aspect that we are analyzing now, and that is the Sean patrol. It is a little bit in cyberspace and some in reality. And so we can treat the space as one, because it's very interesting for me that it's spilling out of cyberspace and cyber street onto the real street. But I believe we are going to still run research about it, we'll talk about it, and we'll interpret this phenomenon. Thank you very much for your attention, for your patience. That you decided to listen to me, and it will be a great pleasure to host and see you, some of you at least, during my webinar. And just remember that we academics are at your disposal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just please, Professor, please stay on stage for a while longer. At your disposal. At your service. So I do believe that many things are going to resonate. And I have a question. Do we have questions? Anyone who would like to ask Professor about something? I cannot see. The best answer to any question is always, it depends. My former students told me that, every year when we meet up for coffee, more and more often you say, well, I don't know, it depends. Towards the end, you talked about the romanticizing of mental disorders. So how can I, as an administrator of an internet service, can react to that as well? People often joke, young people often joke, I will kill myself, I'm going to do, something bad to me. So when are you supposed to call 112 and call the police, or when are you supposed to just monitor it? It's a very important question, because at the moment we are looking for an answer to it with a student who is writing her thesis about it, analyzing TikTok material and content. And so we look at what the administrator did. So what the administrators, I colloquially say, I'm going to make space available so that they can safely talk about what hurts them, that they are suffering, etc. Of course, I'm simplifying it at the moment, but I believe you get what I'm talking about. But cyber street is getting out of hand, out of control, and that's what's happening. So when we started analyzing by hashtag, well, illustrations, photos, music, it is difficult to see where the thin line is, where this border is. So, for example, as an adult, when I look at TikTok, I want to see what my kids do there and my neighbors' kids, etc., etc. I don't always know whether, this person is just making it more aesthetics, that, there's just sad music and the image of medication that is being held, yes, on the hand, or whether that person really is taking this medication. I don't have the answer to it, so I cannot answer this question. However, in group of experts, we actively look for answers to this question: what to do when the kids, as adolescents, when certain things are developmental, because every teenager thinks about death, suffers, the parents hate them, and the whole world is just hopeless. So really, it is a developmental stage. It is also difficult to spot those people who do not feel that, because it is a stage of development that you need to go through. So it seems to us that this space is safe for us, that this is a place where the youth can talk about it. However, it's getting out of hand, out of control, so they drive each other, or even talking someone into committing suicide. And so now I don't know, but maybe during such conferences and meetings we should do different things. Minister Nowacka, maybe raise the age bar for participants, but who is going to control it? Or, have this obligatory health education and talk about different issues, or whether the administrator, at the cost of losing money, say that on my portal there will be no content, calling for self-destruction. I know that I didn't answer your question, but I would be surprised myself if I knew the answer, because then it would turn out that we know what to do, and this is why we are meeting here, so that we look for different aspects and different solutions. Thank you very much for this question, and I will happily share that MA thesis because it's very interesting. A little bit off topic, but because young people take, us as an example. So if the child switched on TV, that would also be an example, yes? So, but if you look at the politicians and politics at the moment, because that is a utopia as well. Yes, children learn through modeling, and that is obvious. That is evidence-based science. This is developmental psychology. However, it would be very simple if we as people only learned through modeling. So they were also examples and attempts with modeling, that modeling enough was used for remodeling criminals. Yeah? It also seemed that it would be possible. However, it was not possible. So Clockwork Orange, for example, in there, I could say that when I talk with the child, I explain different things. And in the report 2024, and there were over 1,000 people participating in that. Over half of the teachers do not react to children's questions. Over half, and from parents, 28, 29%. That's the problem. It's not that a child will see something horrendous and will start imitating it. No. Children imitate different things. They have no control over it. But this is why I am an adult, so I explain. I talk about it. And so if children are watching us at the moment, as you say, I do believe that they understand because they want to talk with us and they want to ask questions. I don't know if that answers your question, but I answered as well as I could. Thank you so much. We have no more time for more questions, but thank you very much, Professor.
W oficjalnych otwarciach
In the official opening, we talked a lot about regulations, education, and efficient ways to cope with threats online, and and now the relation between regulation and education will be discussed by the next speaker. While preparing the conference, we asked our advisory youth panel about each presentation and also about this presentation that is ahead of us. We asked which method is better in their opinion, limiting or educating. For me personally, it is surprising how much the answers were polarized. Very few people indicated that we need both. Many of them focus on very drastic solutions. Some said that more limitations, education isn't working at all. And on the other hand, there were voices that it's really easy to circumvent limitations, so they don't matter, and education, knowledge stays with us for the whole life. But when we asked if there are some specific regulations the young people find important to introduce, they talked about age limitations, better verification of personality, but there are also very extreme ideas here. One of them was to delegalize social media in Poland, and on the other hand, someone said it's too late. There's no point of introducing any regulation. It will not work. Before us, Jessica Taylor-Piotrowski from the University in Amsterdam, psychologist of media, working on digital competences, development and well-being of young people. Jessica, the floor is yours.
No? Can people hear me now? Yes, excellent. Oh, and my slides are up. Excellent. Hi, everyone. I'm going to bring the international flavor this morning. And I understand that I'm keeping you from your coffee break, so I hope that the next 40 minutes is actually interesting for you. Is the audio okay in the back? Can I have some waves in the back so I know you can hear me well? Fantastic. Thank you. So I was invited here today to talk a little bit about what I envision might be a controversial topic for some of you. And that is what I'm calling protecting without excluding. And I'm going to tap specifically into the social media ban. You may have heard about this happening around the world right now, and I want to walk you through what's going on and why I'm reasonably critical of this, despite being a proponent of healthy well-being for kids on the digital space. So the social media ban is something, if you've been reading anything right now, you know that this is a discussion happening globally. And one topic that's being tied very often into it, including in the EU, is age verification. So you're probably seeing conversations about ways that we can check how old a young person is and decide whether or not they should be in that digital space. Now, in today's talk, what I'm going to highlight is how we got here and how I have some concerns. I'm not against age verification, but I have some concerns about privacy, effectiveness versus evasion. Kids will find a way. Accessibility versus inclusion, child safety and autonomy, and also child's rights. I think this can be part of the solution. I don't think it is the solution. What I think is that the best youth social media policies are going to do both protect and empower. And that's where I think we're leaning on the wrong side right now by focusing only on protection without empowering. So I hope by the end of the talk, maybe a few more of you think, oh, I can see a way forward here. So how are we going to talk about this? How am I going to end up at this point today? I'm going to start by walking you backwards, and I'm going to tell you a story about how we got to where we are. Some of you might know part of this story, but I bet that most of you don't know all of this story. Okay? So I want you to go back in time to about 2020, when we were all living our best lives in the pandemic. We were making a lot of sourdough bread. We were sitting at home making banana bread, sourdough bread. We were finding ways to talk to each other online. Do you remember these terrible moments? All right, I need some engagement, guys. Come on, like I would with my students. I'm a professor. I'm looking for you here today. So we remember this time of all sitting at home. This was happening around the world. And unfortunately, what happened during this time is we saw something called technophobia. People began to be more frustrated and concerned about technology. We saw, for example, for reasonable points, time online was growing significantly. We all were online all the time. We saw actually a significant increase in organized crime targeting young persons. We saw a much significant increase in child sexual abuse material. We saw a high increase in cyberbullying and toxicity targeting kids. And we saw new forms of abuse, including AI already being used as a form of abuse. This all happened. I see you all taking photos of the slides. You're welcome to take as many as you want, but as a heads up, I'll send you the slide decks after. It's no problem, just so you know. So this was going on during the pandemic. A couple other things were happening at the same time. We started to hear across the globe a call for accountability from big tech, looking for them to be held responsible. What role do they play in the lives of our young persons? We also saw that the trust and safety teams at these big tech companies were comparably underfunded. So now we have lots of increasing concerns. We have people saying, wait a second, what are you doing with my data? What are you doing with my kids' data? How are you using this information? We saw the groups of people who are responsible for protecting our young persons underfunded. And then we saw data showing that the youth mental health crisis was getting worse and worse. In fact, internationally, 1 in 4 young persons under the age of 25 is going to experience a serious mental health illness globally. That is a big number. That is real, and that is concerning. Now, imagine this situation. Put yourself back there for 1 second. Go back a few years. Now, this is the story we're at, and then something happens. A book comes out. How many of you in the room have heard of this book? About 70% already, yeah. Book called the Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, comes out. Becomes a bestseller globally. And as a quote was listed, enter Jonathan Haidt, a breed of celebrity academician, armed with simplistic but seductive, technologically deterministic logics, and cherry-picked science. But it starts to take hold. Now, key in this book that goes really quick globally, is there's an interesting claim made. Haidt's main argument, now remember, put yourself in this moment, everything is increasing, there's concerns everywhere, and a book comes out and says, children's adoption of social media coincides with and is the most probable explanation for the youth mental health crisis. And he claims the planetary rewiring of childhood is driving a rapid onset of gender dysphoria at scale and the decline of democracy. Okay, then. That's a pretty big-ass claim. So, what happens with this book? Well, a lot of people get this book in their hands, including the premier's wife in Australia. So one of the premiers in Australia, his wife gets the book and reads the book. Now, if you read the book, which I have, it does resonate. And I'll talk today about why it resonates. She reads the book, and she says, I'm worried. Talks to her husband, and the premier on Mother's Day, May 2024, makes an Instagram post. It's not lost on me, by the way, that he announced this on social media. that they were seeking to ban social media for children under the age of 14 and requiring consent for under 15. This was his original goal, May 2024. So we have a rise of technophobia, we have an increased numbers of childhood problems, and then we see Jonathan Haidt's book saying, that's why these two, X leads to Y. And then the premier says, okay, I'm going to ban it. And Australia becomes the first country to announce a ban in social media. After this announcement comes out in May 2024, we see things go super fast. Within minutes, what happens next? First, we see the Let Them Be Kids campaign launches. This is a campaign in Australia that says, give kids back their childhood, put them back in the playgrounds, put them back outside, get them away from devices. All things that I think many of us here can find an understanding in. A few minutes after that, we see quickly the key decision makers across Australia weigh in, and they say, both sides, doesn't matter the left or the right, we support this. So now all of a sudden we have this emotional raging motion. We have all political parties, big leaders. We also see Instagrammers, influencers, big names, the famous stars in Australia all coming out. We're going to bring kids back their actual life. Let them be kids. And the premier affirms that there will be legislation by the end of the year. This is moving really fast. Now, what happens next? Well, science says, maybe we could be part of the discussion. So science responds loudly. First, people say, hold on, you are making big decisions on a book, but the book has a lot of problems. One, the data is correlational. Two, it's not usually with young persons. Three, it's not with today's platforms. Four, you didn't include all the studies out there. You only picked the ones that made your story work. Five, it treats WhatsApp the same as YouTube, the same as Snapchat, the same as TikTok. And six, you didn't even measure mental health in all of the studies that you put in there. So there's a few things going wrong with this data. So scientists try to say, hey, wait a second. The book you're using is not entirely accurate. Let's take a minute. What comes next? More science comes out. There's a statement made that social media, there's quite a large research study that's run, they say social media is actually one of the least influential factors in predicting adolescent mental health. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine actually say, contrary to the narrative that social media is universally harmful, the reality is far more complicated. More statements come. Next thing you know, what do we see happen? Over 100 Australian scholars, 20 international scholars, myself included, and 20 youth-facing organizations urge the government to rethink. And they say, wait. Don't just ban. Let's stop and think of nuance, systemic, and an evidence-based approach to regulation. Nobody was saying don't do regulation. Everyone was saying, hold on. Let's think about what we should do. What comes next? Candace Odgers, so people are still, the narrative's still going. More scientists come out and say, wait a second, I think you're missing the point. We're not saying that there's not a problem. We're just saying what you're trying to do is not going to fix the problem. Two things can be universally true at the same time. One, there is no evidence that using these platforms is rewiring a child's brain or driving an epidemic of mental illness. That can be true. And at the same time, it can be true that we need reform, especially how much time young persons spend on these digital technologies. Both can be true at the same time. Nobody was saying, let's not do better. The answer was, you're not going to fix mental health by banning social media. But that message was lost. Science loses here. So scientists try more, and they come back again and they say, okay, let's try this a different way. Children have an actual protected right, according to the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, to be protected in the space, to have the skills to use the space, and to participate in this space. You are violating their rights if you remove this entirely. more science comes out. We know that social media can have positive benefits for kids. We know that not all kids are the same. We know that mental health is at risk, and banning social media is not going to fix that. We know the kids are struggling with overuse, and that needs help. We know they need digital competence skills. We know that responsible tech should include well-being by design. Regulation is needed, and that evidence makes very, very clear that bans are ineffective and often harmful. So there was a lot of evidence coming. So it was a busy time in 2024. What happens next? The social media bandwagon continues, probably because of what scientists would call a confirmation bias. At the end of the day, it's sort of, if you sit here right now, you're probably thinking, I feel a little bit about this. I'm bothered because there is truth in this. There is a problem. And so this basically, one quote was, hate's argument will resonate with anyone who's ever struggled with feeling that they can't stop looking at their phone. I was digging a little bit into different parenting blogs and things, and it was interesting. One mother said, you know, I understand the argument might not be compelling to researchers who are focused on the data. But as a mother, I see his point, referring to Jonathan Haidt. And then Jonathan Haidt himself said, look, if you listen to the alarm ringers and we turn out to be wrong, the costs are reversible. If you listen to the skeptics and they turn out to be wrong, the costs are much larger and harder to reverse. I get it. I get why this is happening. In fact, what we actually have is really this perfect setup to really make sure that what happened next went really fast. 3 months after the premier announced the proposal, draft legislation was introduced to amend the Online Safety Act and raise access to social media at age 16. There was no opportunity for public scrutiny, and it passed through Parliament with bipartisan support in 2024. And I get why. It's appealing. A couple interesting facts about this. The act contained no definition of what social media decided that the Minister of Communication could decide that. When he started, they said YouTube was not social media. A few weeks ago, they announced, oh, YouTube now is social media. They didn't even know. The act prevents kids from under 16 from making an account, but it lets them still access social media without an account. And it doesn't actually stipulate how age gating will be enforced. Basically, they had no idea what they were going to do. Now, I told you the story began at the pandemic. I'm going to take you back a little bit more. Go back a little bit more with me, because here's a little interesting point that doesn't ever make the headlines. In Australia, there had been work going on to charge social media companies for their use of journalistic product. So if journalists wrote a story, and if the big tech companies use that story in Google or Meta, right, and they shared that story, Australia said, you need to pay us for that. This was something happening years ago. And what happened was this, it was called the News Bargaining Code. This was in 2021. So yes, that pandemic was leading to our whole technophobic space, but something else was happening. There was this Australia announcing this news bargaining code saying, actually, if you big tech companies want to use what our journalists create, you are going to pay us for them. Between 2021 and 2023, Australia hailed it as one of their biggest success stories. They have brought in over 200 million Australian dollars. Early in 2024, before our Mother's Day announcement, Meta decided it was no longer going to pay for this anymore. If you remember, if you might have seen the news back in 2021 when this first started, there was a battle between Meta and Australia. And for about a couple days, I forget the exact amount, Meta pulled its product and you couldn't access Facebook in Australia. And people were freaking out. Eventually, Meta had signed on to this and said, okay, we'll pay. 2024, Meta says, I'm done paying. The government, you start seeing news articles quoting things like, they're looking at forms of pressure that can be brought to bear on the platforms, including at times their harmful impact on young persons. So 2024, first part, Meta says, we're done paying. Suddenly, the government announces they're looking for points of pressure. What can they do to push back? 2024 point B, the premier announces this legislation and let them be kids' launches. So my question is, was it really ever about the kids? Or did all of this just start because the government was going to put pressure on Meta and this was something they could find? I don't know. As a scientist, I really don't know. But I do know everything I've told you up to this moment was true. This, I don't know the answer to. But what happened after this, I would also tell you. When I study this from the perspective of misinformation, this has everything I need for a perfect misinformation campaign. Confirmation bias. Parts of it are true, so I can lean into it. Emotional triggers. These are our kids. Distrust. Who's trying to take my data and what are they doing with it? Political engagement. High figures involved. High stress situation. Mental health. Plus a very quickly changing dynamic landscape. You put this together, you get misinformation. And when you get misinformation, you get misinformation spread. And oh, did it spread. As of this morning, I've identified 13 countries and counting that are discussing in some way, shape, or form policies for banning social media for young persons. So far, and it continues to grow every day. What worries me about this? Here's the thing. I am not pro-media. I'm not sitting here or standing here saying to you, let's let kids do all of the things all of the times. Absolutely not. But I am pro-science. And what I know right now is this is an emotionally charged decision, not scientifically supported. I know it violates the rights of young people to ban it entirely. I know they will end up in more unsafe spaces, and that worries me. Kids will find a way. There's no implementation strategy. And when I talk to the different places and spaces that are trying to implement this right now, often the very people who are in charge of writing policy don't even understand the technology. One person said to me, we're just going to ban everything with an algorithm. And I said, oh, so you're banning Netflix? No, that's fine. Oh, okay, but that has an algorithm. No, it doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. You're going to ban the food shopping apps that we use in the grocery store? No, they're fine. They're using an algorithm. No, they're not. We have a situation where sometimes the people who are less informed, which I don't blame, we're all trying to learn this stuff, are making policies. And they're not stopping to talk to the scientists who are doing the work. This worries me. But this doesn't mean I think we should have a free-for-all right now. I'm actually incredibly worried about the current digital space that we're in. It worries me very much for young persons. When I look at some examples of what's going on right now, for example, 1 in 8 teenagers at the moment know someone or have themselves been targeted by deep fake nudes. And often this happens in things like, for example, a Snapchat private group, which does not have the same legal policies as a public group. If you've been in the digital space recently and you've taken a moment to look at reels or short-form video content, the amount of AI slop is really disturbing. This is low-quality content, and some of it is so disturbing, I won't refer to it here for reasons of triggers, but it's quite disturbing. But a lot of others of it actually would probably be age-gated in, and we'd say, I mean, it's crap, but it's not terrible. It's going to meet the basic rules so our 12-year-olds can watch it. And this AI slop that makes so much money worries me a lot. And if we say under 16 this, under 13 this stuff still will get in because it doesn't include a quality argument and it doesn't include a well-being argument. We're missing something if we forget what's actually happening. We need to do more. So I want to go back to the science, and I want to urge you to think of the science. Recently, you can't see all the data here, but I'll walk you through the patterns. I've been talking to parents in the Netherlands, so I work in the Dutch context. I don't have data from the Polish context today, but to give you insight, I asked parents in about the end of June what they think we should be doing. Nearly all of them that I spoke with said, I want stricter rules from government. Nearly all said they think schools should do more. There's only about half that thought that young kids should be denied access. So this idea that everybody wants a ban from parents, there was a lot, but not all. Nearly all, however, said, I want better rules, and I want schools to do more. In addition, when I talked to these parents a little bit more, nearly all of them said social media companies should do more. Nearly all felt they as parents should do more. And nearly all thought that they needed to get more help on how to do this. So the answer of, if I ban it, it will go away, was not supported by parents. What parents were saying is, I need help everywhere. I need information, I need training, I have a role, schools have a role, and the companies have a role too. And I demand them to do better too. It's not just put an age and stop it. That might be part of it, but that's not fully it. And in all of this, we need to make sure that we ourselves, as the users, the adults, the caregivers, are competent in this space, and our young persons as well. So the story, the actual science, isn't as simple as ban it and we're done. So what do I think we should be doing? Well, I spend a lot of time studying something called digital competence. This is the confident and critical use of technology for work, leisure, and communication. It helps youth, but really all of us, figure out how to thrive in this digital society. And I've developed a measure, you can have it, it's publicly available, called the Dig IQ, and I can make sure it's accessible to you afterwards. You can have all the variants you'd like, where we try to measure actually what your Dig IQ looks like. And right now, I'm working on the second version of it. The second version is now mostly available as well, where what I do is I say, look, the skills we all need, including the young persons we work with, isn't just one thing. It's many different things. It's our strategic skills, knowing how to use the tech. It's our critical information skills. Do we know how to check if it's true or false, for example? It's our netiquette. Do we know how to interact with each other in a digital space? It's our creative skills. Can we make things? Can we create video? Can we create audio? What can we do? It's our ability to keep our devices and ourselves safe, right? So protecting passwords, et cetera. It's online health and well-being. With young persons, it involves, for example, can they stop? Do they know how to stop? Do they know when there's enough? It's sustainable skills, think green tech. It's digital problem solving. Do you know what to do when you're in a digital space and you're struggling? It's AI skills and Gen AI skills. And it's transactional skills, the way we interact in our daily lives and the technology we need to sort of, whether it's going to the doctor or paying our taxes, is increasingly digitized. Do we have these skills? All of these represent digital competence. And very, very, very recent data on this gave me a sense, in the Dutch context at least, about how kids are doing. Now, I talk to them and I work with kids and adults in a lot of different ways. So I'll ask them, for example, what they're able to do. And I measure it by talking about their skills. So self-report, do they think they can do it? I look at factual knowledge. What do they know? And then I do performance testing to see if what you say you can do and what you actually can do are the same. And the fact of the matter is, every one of us, kids included, overestimates. We all feel we're a little more confident than we actually are. And that's because you don't know what you don't know. In the tech space, sometimes you just don't know it yet. But when I ask kids even to tell me how confident they are, I'll give you some examples here, what we see is that they're stronger in some areas and weaker in others. So they do a pretty good job, for example, at knowing how to use technology. If you're working in this space, you know they can use it pretty well. And they're pretty good at problem solving. When something doesn't go well, they're better at most of us, actually. They're really great at figuring out how things work. They're naturally epistemically curious. They're really good at this. But they do need some help. All of us, young persons included, are struggling with AI and generative AI. We don't understand it fully. We don't know how to interact with it. We're struggling how to determine if it's real or not. We don't know its impact. Young kids are struggling with critical information skills, so is it real or not? Really, really struggling right now. with safety skills, how to protect themselves, and with well-being skills. They're saying, and they're making it really clear, I don't know how to stop. And this makes sense because the entire digital environment has been built without friction. It's been made to make sure they don't stop. And they say, hey, I can't. And they're struggling with transactional skills on how to interact in the world around them. They're still saying, can you help me with these tools? So they are signaling themselves that they need support. If I simply say, you no longer have access to certain technologies, I am not fixing this. Yes, it can help in certain ways, and I am fully behind making sure we take the content they shouldn't have out and put in some guardrails here. I'm fully behind that, 100%. I am a consultant for the YouTube Youth and Advisory Council, for example, where I talk about this often. But what I also know to be true is when they're 16 or 18, when the guardrails come off, I need them to have these skills too. And that cannot be lost in the dialogue of age verification fixes all. So where do I sit right now? Where am I sitting in all this story? I see a big push for the control approach. Banning with a blunt age gate, this will help us. What I know happens is when you do this, we see a lot of evidence of evasion. We already saw data coming out over the past 6 months from pilots in Australia. Kids put VPNs on their phones faster than adults know how to. They make new accounts, they figure out ways. Frankly, you can use YouTube without an account. So they'll just use it without an account. They will evade. There will be less oversight because when we say it's age-gated, suddenly we're going to lose the visibility of what's happening. That worries me. There's questions about privacy. I am still precisely trying to understand myself how much privacy we need to sacrifice in order for protection. I don't know the answer to that question yet. And what I also know is you're going to see uneven platform enforcement. The big platforms will be held to a higher standard than the smaller ones. Kids will go where they can, and we'll have more problems. As a result, my fear is if we go for the control approach, we will have gaps in safety, reduced voices, and reduced opportunities. Now, I want to point out, I do know that there's a lot happening here in Europe and globally on age verification, and I see some options for it. I really do. I'm not anti-age verification. I sit on the advisory board for the Digital Services Act. But I want to make sure we don't consider this the holy grail. Just this week, ChatGPT announced it was going to be developing age verification to identify users under 18. At the same time, there was a story coming out that said, how do you bypass age verification on xHamster? Same time. At the same time, we see that data is coming out suggesting that there is racial bias in age estimates, and that these border moments, identifying if a person's 14 or 15, 11 or 12, systems aren't perfect at. And they often really get impacted by the racial bias that is trained in our models right now. We have a lot of stereotypes in our AI-based models. So age inferencing, where a system tries to guess the age, can have false positive and negative bias. It's imperfect. And age verification, when I say you need to prove to me with an ID, excludes those who don't have identification in many parts around the world. It can be part of the story, but if we make it the whole story, I worry we're going to get the story wrong. So what I'm trying to push for is what I consider a competence approach. One, age-appropriate, scientifically based design. We can do things when we make content, and we can push for tech companies to make sure that we have nudges that remind them time's up, limits, content defaults, smart age verification, thinking more thoughtfully about when and how and where. We can make sure that we're making sure that there's provenance indicators for if this is synthetic content. We all need to know if we're watching a deep fake or not. We all need to understand what's real and what's fake. We could think about targeted enforcement, identify the bad actors, and make sure we're really going after those. We can focus on making sure, which is what many of you are doing in this room, family and school-based digital competence training. So we're not just saying the solution is only by banning, but instead by being thoughtful and by training. We do independent audits to check to see what's going on. And if we do this, what I hope is that we reduce risk and we end up with safer use, with the rights of young persons, the right to participate in the digital space, the right to know how to be in the digital space, the right to have the skills to thrive in the digital space. If we do that, I think we have a far better win. So my call out to all of you in the spaces of policy, in the spaces of practice where you're thinking about it, is to not focus only on protection or empowerment, but to find a way to do both. I know this is not easy. I know the headline isn't sexy. I know that there's many things that always look easier. Blunt bans look easier. But the devil's always in the details. And I hope we look at the details when it comes to the young person's lives that we're trying to support. Thank you for listening.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Mamy jeszcze chwilkę na, myślę, 2 pytania, więc jeżeli są...
Thank you very much. I think we have time for 2 questions, so if you have any questions from the room, then please feel free to ask them.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very interesting to me to listen, but I actually have some concerns because you say we need to educate, which I'm fully in agreement with, but I think waiting is very risky because technology is, we're not keeping up with it. Even you said that Hyde didn't use the current used platforms, and we will never keep up with it. And when I think about letting my child use digital space or use any space that I know not enough about, I first think to stop it, maybe learn about it, maybe listen if it's regulated, and only then let them use it. And I believe that the approach that we're having is somewhere there. And also, I wanted to ask you about other implications that come with this idea of educating first, especially because I'm missing a part of the attention span fragmentation that we risk with youth using it during lessons. If we want to educate them, and we're now taking a risk with actually taking their ability to educate because their attention span is constantly under this pressure of responding, I feel that we need some more information behind it before we decide to not ban first.
Yeah, I think this is a great question. I want to break it down into a couple parts. First, I am fully behind any banning in schools. So this is not about the data makes very, very clear. This is, there's a lot of empirical data that shows in schools, kids get distracted from the technology and it harms their learning. That is consistent. There's a lot of neurological work on it. The phones in the pockets approach and things like this, only at certain moments, 100% behind. All of the data supports this. What worries me is we say we take it away from everything forever. Now, what you just said is, as a parent, you would want to first look at it yourself. You would want to understand the value system it has, and you want to create a space that you decide what fits for you. That's precisely competent use, and that's exactly what I would hope for. What I think is that we have the opportunity right now. So as much as I disagree with some claims in Haidt's book, what it has done is it has made every major tech company open their eyes and say, we better do something. And I see now, for example, Family Link in Google is reacting and really thinking of setups much better than I've ever seen before. I see YouTube responding by saying, this is how we're going to make sure what's in the space and out of the space is better. This, for me, is great. So I think it's spanning change. And I'm 100% behind you on saying, if you don't know as a parent, and you say it's not right for me right now, I think that's good, because it means you're stopping and saying, let me first inform myself and decide what feels right to me. That is autonomy supportive, super competent parenting, and the best we can hope for. What I want, though, is when a parent says, I'm not ready yet, I need to go find out information, that they know where to go to find information. I don't want them to be stuck at, I don't know anything, and therefore there will never be anything. That worries me. But what you're talking about is actually the main call I have, helping parents find information to be informed and decide for themselves what role technology should play in their families' homes. I'm fully with you, and I would echo again, it doesn't have a place in schools, not the way it is right now. 100% agree.
Czy są jeszcze jakieś pytania? Nie widzę. No, chyba. W takim razie bardzo dziękujemy.
I wanted to ask about the specific thing in the DSA that came out. I've read the guidelines, and there's the digital wallet, which basically proves if you're over 18. But what do we do with the gap with the kids that are more than 13, so they can technically use the social media platforms, but they cannot prove they're over 18? So there's like a gray space in between.
Yeah, I have the same question. This is exactly what I'm talking. This is what I mean right now. We're interested. So there is a new tool for which I find very interesting that allows companies to begin really piling with verification efforts, but it's going to be country specific. We need to see if young persons have identification, and we need to decide how we feel about the privacy sacrificed in favor of the use. That I don't know yet. It feels like a privacy paradox for me. And I'm still answering those questions. But you're exactly highlighting one of the tensions right now that sits in DSA Article 28. Yeah, absolutely agree.
Thank you very much, Professor Piotrowski. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you for saying.
Jeszcze prosimy o mikro. A, tu jest.
A teraz nas słychać? Tak, teraz nas słychać. Proszę Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, a break is ahead of us. We have several notifications. The first one, because when we just start talking about technical things, you will disappear and get coffee. During the break, when we finish with our announcement, you will be able to hear the newest song that we created. It's the second episode of the song. With the internet, the world is closer to us. You will see on the screen, the new song. You can move to it, you can wake up a bit. We encourage you to stay. This is the full educational package. There are scenarios for classes, for kindergarten. So I encourage you, if you work with such children, to have a look. It's 2.5 minutes. But now, before us, what is before us? In our stand, you have materials. You can talk to our experts, and we do the same thing as last year. If you were with us last year, we have the thematic breaks. Right now, during this break, at the stand, we will have people who, on the daily basis, do prophylactic classes at schools. What topics we train in. As you can see, we have sign language. We know that some of you find it useful, and I think that's it. Of course, I want to inform you that the conference is being recorded, so you will be able to come back to return to these materials on our channel, Saving on Internet Polska. And important information certificates will be emailed to you after the conference. You will receive a link where you will be able to generate the certificate of participation. Be patient, because it can take several days. So I think until the end of the week, you should receive an email with a certificate. And the last thing, if you need a stamp proving that you are present at the conference, you can come to the reception desk. And now there is the song. We will see you back here at 12:15. Thank you.
Hello bro, yo ziom. Pliki folder skład. To co, razem? Aha. Posłuchajcie, drogie dzieci, że nie wszystko dobre w sieci. To potwierdzą tata, mama. Czasem ktoś nas chce okłamać. Bo internet jest jak morze, tam im dalej, głębiej gorzej. Ryzykować wielka szkoda. Lepiej być na znanych wodach. Tak jest często przy filmikach. Po co tak jak leci klikać? Lepiej spytać dorosłego, czy to dla mnie, czy coś złego. Z rodzicami porozmawiaj, gdy coś nagle się pojawia. Coś przed oczy nam wyskoczy i z ekranu nas zaskoczy.
Warto w pamięci mieć takie zdania. Nie wszystko warte jest oglądania. Nie wszystko w sieci jest odpowiednie.
Są rzeczy lepsze, gorsze i średnie.
Spytaj rodziców, co możesz klikać. To co niedobre, niech z oczu znika. To co niedobre, to co niedobre, niech z oczu znika.
W sieci wielu ludzi gości. Czasem piszą złośliwości. Bywa tak, że ktoś nas wkręca i do głupot wciąż zachęca. Kto podstępne robi triki w sieci psoci, to psotniki. Psotnik nie jest tak jak kot. Robi wiele gorszych psot. On do sieci po to wchodzi, żeby innym ciągle szkodzić. Pokaż tacie albo mamie, co oglądasz na ekranie. Rodzic niech z rozwagą zerka, czy dla ciebie filmik gierka. Powie, czego masz nie klikać, by cię ustrzec od psotnika.
Warto w pamięci mieć takie zdania. Nie wszystko warte jest oglądania. Nie wszystko w sieci jest odpowiednie.
Są rzeczy lepsze, gorsze i średnie.
Spytaj rodziców, co możesz klikać. To co niedobre, niech z oczu znika. To co niedobre, to co niedobre, niech z oczu znika.
Narzekania skończyć pora, bo wesoły będzie morał. W sieci są i dobre rzeczy, nikt tu przecież nie zaprzeczy. Mądre treści też znajdziecie gdzie? No właśnie, w internecie. Tych więc szukaj, złych unikaj. Taka jest podpowiedź plika. No i na to też wychodzi, że się z plikiem folder zgodzi. Bądź ostrożny, bądź ostrożna. W sieci się rozejrzeć można. Lecz uważnie, to jest sztuka, żeby nikt cię nie oszukał. Niech ci nikt nie wciska śmieci i czas miło spędzisz w sieci.
Warto w pamięci mieć takie zdania. Nie wszystko warte jest oglądania. Nie wszystko w sieci jest odpowiednie.
Są rzeczy lepsze, gorsze i średnie.
Masz wątpliwości, bo nie wiadomo. Nigdy się nie wstydź prosić o pomoc. Nigdy się nie wstydź.
Nigdy się nie wstydź prosić o pomoc.
Ja dziesiątkę chcę tutaj.
Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you after the break. I hope that you've managed to have a warm drink or help yourself to the cookies. Without any further ado, we don't want to start with a delay because now we have got 3 presentations and 3 very important subjects. So I believe that we all agree that the very first presentation, even though it is dedicated to children and adolescents, it is about a universal problem, a problem that can be about practically each of us. And the youth that we have asked for comments about this presentation, those young people said that when I look at the beautiful people on the Instagram, I feel sorry that their life is so good and I have to go to school each morning. Well, as an average adolescent, I don't have to prove with my looks that I need to look better. Also, comments were about that what helps are compliment and sympathetic words from my friends and from my family, but also from strangers, because then I know that I don't have to prove my worth with my looks. Ladies and gentlemen, Ewa Domańska, a specialist in the team regarding safeguarding children and adolescents over the internet. And it is going to be about children and adolescents in the world of beauty trends, what risks and psychological consequences may be associated with appearance pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, what our youth said should be food for thought for all of us. And I would like to share my thoughts and my conclusions. This is about what is happening in my family, so that is about people close to my heart. This is why I would like to draw your attention to certain things, and also that you think about subjects you may not have thought about. So just to start with, a pretty long time ago, as an adult person, I looked at social media and I looked at trends regarding beauty, and I came across a film that was made by a girl of 12, 13, so very young, and she talked about how to make a good makeup, even looking at face contouring. I will be very honest, I still don't know how to make a really good makeup. And she knew exactly what to do. She showed all of this, so it really stopped me. And I looked at the comments. I was really surprised because, as we know, there is a lot of hate over the internet. No matter what you publish, you will be prone to hate. And I don't want to say, but about 90% of comments were really positive. I was really surprised. There were girls of different ages wrote, you are beautiful, this is fantastic. I would like to look like you. And so I started looking at what is it like now and what was it like many years ago. So maybe as women and maybe men, you behaved like other dads, because young girls would take mom's lipstick, makeup, high heels, a dress. This is what we would use. And as children, we often imitate adults. This is socialization. This is how we learn how to function in the society. So that's very interesting. And boys often imitate their dads, their fathers. Sometimes they, use cologne water, they pretend that they shave. And something as innocent as makeup, as something when you take care of yourself, can be connected with different consequences. Also, when your children are present on the internet, and very often when children use social media, that's about 2 hours per day, and when they spend 2 hours per day in there, then they look at content that draws their attention. You know what content can be found, you know how it functions, so it's important to know about it. So this is about the light, about the camera, and the pressure. So this is something that's difficult to effects that's difficult to achieve, and these are not artificially generated but the real ones, so it may be difficult for us. So when we think about it and why young people are so sensitive to it, well, this is the pressure of looks. This is the adolescence. This is when young people change physically, psychologically. They look for, what am I like? Who am I? How am I perceived? And very often these days, the answer to those questions, apart from the family, can be found on social media. Secondly, why they can just blindly follow trends is that, the feeling I may be excluded because I do not fit, I dress differently, that I function in such a peer group where there are people wearing premium brands. I don't wear premium brands. I cannot afford such expensive cosmetics. I don't know whether you are aware of the fact that when you watch films made by teenage girls, the brands that are promoted there are very expensive cosmetics, not just the ones from any corner cosmetic store, but they are the expensive ones. So this is about being accepted, and that's another thing. This is another piece of information why that's the case. And also as people, we have this tendency to compare ourselves with others. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way it goes. But it would be good to have the tools and then equip our young people with such tools that they can manage such situations. So I would like to show you some data regarding comparing yourself with people who are more attractive than we are. This is a meta-analysis where you can see 48 different studies were consulted and analyzed. So we've got over 7,600 participants, And so what we feel is intuitively right was that the more I'm exposed to that content, when I'm going to compare myself to people who, in my opinion, are more attractive than I am, and these are different aspects, looks, financially, looks, then I am more prone to my own self-esteem to be lower. That's going to worsen the way I perceive myself. That's what one of the respondents said. When I look at all of those beautiful people on Instagram, I feel sorry that I have to go to school each morning. So comparing yourself to more attractive people, well, you've got the poor body image, lower self-esteem, poor mental health as well. And as you can see over here, the effect is independent of gender and age. And we also have to take into consideration that we as adults, our limbic system, a frontal cortex and prefrontal cortex, this is fully developed, and the limbic system and also the prefrontal cortex are not fully developed in young people, in teenagers, so they are not always rational. This is a study that was carried out in 2021. However, I quote it quite often. This was done by the Empowering Children Foundation. And this is very interesting, and this is about the influence and the impact of social media use on body image among teenagers. So this is about the social media and what to wear, how to dress. So we used to read magazines. Now it has shifted substantially. Also, when we look deeper into it, then we can see that both girls and boys feel pressured to improve their appearance after using social media. And this was 4 years ago, yes? So it doesn't have to be that way, but it may have been that those trends have become stronger. And also, nearly half of the girls and 1 in 5 boys use post-retouched photos. This shows how deeply this pressure permeates young people's daily lives. So you can also look at this, and that 32% of teenagers would like to look like people on the internet whose profiles they follow, and 34% of teenagers would like to look every day like people do in photos published on the internet. So they would like to look like in the photos that they do publish. So the looks, I would look like in the pictures that I publish over the internet. So let's think about ourselves, how many pictures we are able to take, selfies, etc., before we publish them over the internet. When we ask someone, are we going to filter, are we going to select a photo, are we going to take the first one at random? Most of the time we'll be very selective. And so when the teenagers publish something, they know that that is going to be assessed. And you know what it's like. If you've got private or more public accounts, you can be prone to also assessment. And that can be important because young people like compliments, and we also heard the quote that it's very nice when it's from a stranger because it can be more honest, because usually our parents tell us that we are wonderful, we look great, etc. So we've heard it many times over. And when it comes to hate, also by NASK National Research Institute, teenagers 3.0 that we also hear that looks is one of the main reasons of hate. So even though someone is an expert and publishes valuable content, very often there are negative comments regarding the looks and where that person is. So it's not about the content, it's not about what they say, it's about how they look that becomes more important. Time online. According to the newest results of our research, we see that time spent online by teenagers, that's 4 hours 59 minutes. And speaking of social media, an average teenager spends 2 to 4 hours. And it seems that girls spend more time than boys on social media. Teenagers. This is a report published in June by the Institute for Digital Citizenship. Ladies and gentlemen, these are children between 7 and 12 years. As you know, they should not have accounts on social media, and well, this is hard data. And also, as our team runs classes, different activities in schools, very often kids, at the age of 9, 10, third grade, practically all of them use TikTok. The average is 2 hours 11 minutes per day. So that's nearly the same for that age group as teenagers. So it's good bearing that in mind.
We could talk about it for a long time. However, I'm going to signal some of the issues. First of all, low self-esteem and depression. What is worth remembering, what is worth keeping in mind is that when the level of self-esteem is high enough, if my self-esteem is good, then in the case of comparing myself, automatic comparison with people that are more attractive to me, I have some kind of buffer. The child has a buffer that this is a kind of protection that I will not take it so personally. So these are the skills or habits that are worth creating in children so that our children have a good self-esteem. I will add more to that a bit later. For 46, these are results from 2 years ago. For 46%, so almost half of the teenagers, it is important how they are perceived through the prism of their physical attractiveness in relation to social media. So this trend is being confirmed here. Additionally, almost 44%, so nearly half of teenagers use social media to feel better. So social media, in a way, are to be a remedy for my worse mood. I go to school. Yesterday I watched the videos with beautiful people. Now I'm going to school. Of course, I keep scrolling, and what do I see? Once again, I see beautiful things because this is how algorithms work. I again see people who I perceive as better, who have a better life, are more attractive, and this causes what? That I feel worse again, even though the purpose of using social media was to feel better. In this context, what is also important is that we think how many children around us, how many children in the classroom, how many children from our environment, what kind of self-esteem they have, what can they say about themselves. As you can see, nearly half of teenagers declare low level of self-esteem, so they are not resilient, they are more, they cannot protect themselves from this pressure, they are more susceptible to the unrealistic pressures for appearance. And additionally, loneliness. It could seem that if they spend 2 to 4 hours a day in social media, in the previous study, Nastoki 3.0 spent 4 hours, 14 minutes on average. So if we spend 4 hours there, they shouldn't feel lonely. And still they do feel lonely. So something is wrong, something isn't working. I also think that the lack of such relations in real life has plays a great role here. And now the loop closes. The teenagers with lower self-esteem usually are characterized by high and above average level of loneliness. So on the one hand, there's a pressure for appearance. Half of teenagers feel this pressure connected with social media. They have a low esteem. They feel lonely, and please see how susceptible a ground it is for my well-being to be even lower. If someone doesn't take care of it, it can lead to various depression episodes or other consequences that I'm going to mention later on. What I also encounter in my environment, close environment, is addiction to filters. We can find ourselves in the trap of posting only what has been filtered through. We don't feel so much, to such an extent we don't feel well with ourselves that we cannot publish in social media a non-retouched photograph. I have among my close people an adult woman who's married with 2 children, and on her social media there is not a single unretouched photograph. So this is very sad, because this is a great person. But the question is why? What's behind it that this is what it looks like? So we can find ourselves in the loop if we keep retouching photos and posting such photos, and I look in the mirror, then constantly I get the message, I'm not sufficient, I'm not enough, I'm not attractive, I should look differently, I would like to look differently. Social anxiety. It may happen that part of teenagers may have a problem with going outside, going and meeting with their peers, because, for instance, they publish the retouched photos when in reality they look differently. Another consequence is the addiction on acceptance online, because the teenage brain loves thumbs up, likes. Teenagers like to have their value confirmed online. Another very important problem that may occur are eating disorders. When we talk about eating disorders, that even though various platforms potentially block content promoting anorexia, still it's very easy to find such content. So what I want to show you are the results of the study conducted last year in Norway. So as we are here in the room, intuitively, if we were thinking about the pressure related with appearance, we would think that girls would be more under the pressure for being thin, but boys would have more pressure to have a good muscle build. So this is confirmed in the study, but as far as eating disorders goes, this pressure is more in girls, it is more correlated with the pressure of being thin in girls. And note that as many as 80% of girls declared that the social media negatively impact the perception of their own body. Dysmorphic disorder. Body dysmorphic disorder. The cause for body dysmorphic disorder is usually due to genetic and social factors, environmental factors, but also an intense contact with social media may additionally impact the fact that a person will be even more concentrated on a defect that this person perceives in herself or himself, or it may strengthen these symptoms or reveal such phobias sooner. Risky behaviors related to appearance pressure. I don't know if you know this trend, Get Ready With Me. So such videos on all social media are multitudes. Those are videos where a given influencer, a given person promoting promotes how to prepare to leave to school, what to take to school in terms of cosmetics, and when we are older, and how to put makeup on for a date. In case of boys, how to what hair products to use, what shirt to wear, or with adult men, what kind of watch to wear to show class. So this kind of advice is present, and it can also be negative. I browsed through social media and I saw a lot of videos where girls, sometimes you can see that they're not even 13 years old, when they put on creams and cosmetics on their face that are completely not suited to this kind of skin. So when a 10-year-old puts on cosmetics with acids, with retinol, then of course this can cause allergies, it can cause skin irritation, and this is very unhealthy for this child. And a study was conducted by an association of pediatricians in America, when they found that there are a lot of videos that promote this negative trend, but of course girls want to follow adults they like, and I also want you to know that the cost of cosmetics is very high, and we have several police officers with us, and I also talked to them about it. Unfortunately, in Poland we have quite many cases of cosmetic thefts in cosmetic stores. So this is quite a significant. There's quite a significant number of this kind of felony. Another risky behavior may be experimenting with supplements or drugs that can be gained in an illegal way, that make that are to act like fat burners or create larger muscle mass. So how to protect and support our children? First of all, I think we need to be present in their lives, and I think we will hear it on numerous occasions today. And we will reach our child not when we say don't compare yourself. We will reach the child when we say that not the appearance is important, but what skills they have. So we should praise a child from the young age and emphasize what kind of person the child is, what nice he or she did, and what we find joy in. We should emphasize their passions, talents, because it's difficult to break the pattern of our comparing with others, but we still can empower children. So with this note, I would like to thank you for your attention. Please stay with us for a moment longer. We have at least 3 minutes for questions from the room. Please feel free to ask. Anybody? If you're further in the room, please raise your hand so I can approach you with the microphone. I have a question, is how to reach parents with such information, because everything you said is very important and it's good to hear that. Threats and risks connected with behavioral patterns, there are a lot of them, and parents that are in social media are in completely different bubbles. They have no idea what their children see, and professionals, of course, who are present here are, of course, parents, but professionals are not enough. We need to know how to inform parents, how to support parents, so they act for the good of their children. First of all, speak loudly about it. Speak up. That's why I am here. And generally, parents are busy and they won't reach the same places as we do. But the main thing that we can do, and all of you that are here, is just forward the knowledge. I can encourage you that if you want our expert to come and see the parents, talk to them on this particular topic or on any other topic concerning risks online, and we are open to that. So I think that mainly talking and publicizing these problems is very important. We most often talk about hate, about different kinds of risky behaviors, but this is also the topic that is worth spreading, and I'm sure the foundation is doing that. Any other questions? Thank you.
Zagrożenia dla dzieci i młodzieży wynikają
The threats for youth and adolescents coming from the fact that they have access to social media are obvious. This is why at the Empowering Children Foundation, we asked the children about their contact with social media and the experience that they have had. Based on that, we received a diagnosis based on the current norms regarding the age and the access of children and adolescents with access to social media. So about this campaign, we will hear from the author of the very first such campaign, and that is You Never Know Who Is on the Other Side. That was the title of this campaign. This is an expert from our foundation and also a great promoter of rules regarding screen time, also at home, Łukasz Wojtasik. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Jessica, before the break, took you on a trip back into the pandemic, and I would like to take you back to the times when social media did not exist, and then to the times when they started appearing. 2004, this very nice service, Facebook, showed up. Thanks to that, we were able to contact our friends. We knew what they were doing. A year later, another cool service showed up, and that was YouTube. Thanks to that, we could share amateur films. 2010, Instagram, and the option to share your photos. And I believe that many of us, maybe not necessarily those present here, but many adults, many parents still think about social media, about cool platforms, cool services where you can spend some time, spend your leisure time and get your entertainment. However, these days, social media are very complex services that have algorithms. They are supported by algorithms, different constructs, and also artificial intelligence. This is about monetizing the activity of the users of the social media, including youth and adolescents. 2017, TikTok, that's in the meantime. And TikTok amplified this technology and how to get users interested in their content. The construct of films on TikTok make it very hard to stop watching them, so it's even more difficult for children and adolescents. So these days, we face the phenomena, and this is a good moment for me to change the slides. So we are at the point when we have to acknowledge and we need to see that social media pose a threat to children and adolescents. So also touching upon Jessica's presentation, I would like to also share our perspective. I am really happy that during this conference we can look at those issues from different angles. In our foundation, Empowering Children Foundation, we deal with children that come across different situations on social media, and Jessica mentioned some of them. So in some studies, we have got that it's obvious that social media have an impact on mental health. Other studies don't show that there is such an impact. So first of all, in the whole situation, we have to see the young people. We have to see the reality. And when it comes to the social media, even if you can have a very positive use, then regarding social media, the kids also also become victim. They fall victim to different situations. And as adults, as parents, we have to safeguard our kids. So it really is the case that we have to look for solutions. There isn't just one solution. So this is about the education of young people, of children, is very important. So we'll have to admit that for a long time in our foundations, we would take the well-being of our children very seriously, but also we wanted to make sure that they also have access to new technologies. And we can see that education about cybersecurity is not widespread. There is an issue about introducing cyber security in schools and how to use the internet. So we can see what is happening with the health education. Practically no one signed up for it. So we hope that through schools we can come with the information to the kids, but there are also very few parents who come to meetings or training sessions and information meetings at school, and we all know it. So we have to still look for solutions how to bring that education into schools and do it effectively. However, the mechanisms and the algorithms are set in such a way that the children cannot defend themselves against it. So there were some examples that we have already heard that, well, we can't manage those social media by ourselves. We can't stop scrolling. So we would say that we can teach them how to stop scrolling, but that is a developmental thing. Really, this is about, addicting people to social media. So even for adults, it is possible, and the children's brains have not been fully developed yet. Our kids don't have the competences and the options to defend themselves. So this critical approach or uncritical approach to regulation is something that we have to see, and this approach needs to be critical. So the situation at the moment is that this environment becomes safe for children and youth. When this environment becomes safe, we'll be able to say that further regulation is not necessary. So sometimes the regulations come too late, but we cannot allow ourselves to leave those children in this harm environment. So there have been studies showing that when it comes to the internet, a lot of kids under that regulated age of 13, they use the internet. There was a methodology, and there was a group of children that was under 13. It was a relatively small group, but we monitored the activity. So for the kids between 7 and 9 years of age, so grades 1, 2, and 3, but that was a small group. So we asked kids from over 1,000 classes, so that's about 3,000 kids. And so the good intentions of the big tech were actually undermined. So when we asked TikTok about how many children under the age of 13 uses their services, they say, we don't know. And they just boast about how many profiles of such people they manage to block, to remove. However, I have my doubts, and we all know in this hall that if we want to solve an issue, realistically, we first of all have to have it diagnosed. we have more and more studies, and I'm happy that there is an increased number of studies showing up. But it's also important for service providers. So 66% of children between 7 and 9 years of age have their own smartphone, not just a mobile phone, but a smartphone, very often with internet access. And very often this access is unlimited. And what is even more important is 50% of children between 7 and 9 years of age use social media. So if we wanted to let go of control and to really strengthen education, that means that 50% of kids between 7 and 9 years who are prone to different cyber threats. So you know the situation, but I would try to show it in such a way that we can make this knowledge more orderly. So we also looked about YouTube, and we asked about not YouTube Kids, but YouTube where they have a lot of functionalities that are common and in line with other social media. So we can see that the scale of this problem, of this issue, increases. What is a great value in those studies is the fact that we could ask the kids, of course declaratively, about their experience about social media and communicators. And as you can see, 23%, and that's an important piece of information, that the kids don't just look at the content, but they also publish content. And here we can see that the kids use communicators and social media despite age limits, and they have practically the same functionalities, yes, as social media. When you have WhatsApp, then yes, that's communication, but when it comes to groups, you have got materials, you have got links to other sites as well, so there is a similar level of threat. And now also something important. Has something disturbing happened to you, something you didn't like on the social media or communicators? So when we did that research during online lessons, we could really explain what we are asking for. It is so there isn't the risk that the kids misunderstood the language. So as you can see, half of the kids in early education use social media, and you can also see that 62% of them say that something disturbing happened to them, yes, and also over 50% when it comes to communicators. So these are the issues, this is the problem that we are facing. It's not just teenagers, it's also about small children. For a few years in our foundations, we have been running the program regarding screen rules at home. This is how we have been also showing how to use internet at home. So we have been talking about how to adjust the rules, also when it comes to social media and the challenges that we are facing. And this is why we have this recommendation. One of those 10 rules regarding social media, and that means social media from the 15 years of age, so from the age of 15. So we have heard a critical approach toward it, but we also heard that more and more countries are becoming interested in this. Such regulations are appearing, and through this recommendation, we really support what is happening, once again emphasizing that this potential, the scale of threat is substantial, and just by education itself, we are no longer able to protect our children. So these are recommendations for the parents But this is also a legal change as well, the direction that we recommend. In order to strengthen that, we are running a campaign that we have called 15 plus reasons. 15 plus reasons to safeguard children against social media. Why have we decided to have this campaign? And that is to communicate with the parents, to cooperate with the parents. So even if we do not manage to reach that goal 15 years, we will be able to show what those threats are about. Okay, I have got 15 reasons and just 11 minutes. I will have to partially scroll through that, but this is what more presentation is all about. I could also speak twice as fast as the kids do, but I will spare you that.
The first reason is sexual abuse. We've been talking about it. We never know who is on the other side. This campaign was already there 20 years ago, but the social media have intensified this problem. There are tools in the hands of pedophiles, in sexual abusers by encouraging children to meet offline for sexual reasons, obtaining pornographic materials, engaging in conversations on on sex, and promoting pornographic materials. This is a phenomenon that occurs on a large scale, on a huge scale. This scale, as far materials from children goes, is growing increasingly. Studies show 23 million of such materials in 2023, and the scale from 2020 to 2023, within 3 years, there was a great increase by 90% of such materials, which is especially worrying in the context, especially of the youngest children. In the case of such children, there's an increase of 300% in materials generated by and registered by children at the age from 7 to 10 as a result of being manipulated on the internet. But also, here we're talking about seduction of teenagers. Hence, this 15+ rule seems justified, as the children, girls at the age of within 13 years old are the mostly targeted. Cyber violence, media, social media, they have their specificity. The majority of situations where children are harmed online is done within the social media and communicators, and perhaps it is even more shown by studies, by offline violence. Online violence can have very tragic consequences and is present on a very large scale. Pornography, it may seem, and often we talk about social media, that pornography is not there. We are talking about a high percentage of young people using or having access to pornography, but we mainly talk about it in the context of the most popular pornographic services, which is quite mistaken. Some social media like Reddit or X, Twitter, they provide pornographic materials. They are available from the age of 13 years, and despite the mechanisms, especially in the context of lack of age verification, children do encounter pornographic materials. And social media also promote pornographic materials through links. Influencers, both female and male, pronounce materials in OnlyFans, under OnlyFans service. So the research shows that among children and teenagers who have access to pornography, 60% got there through social media. It doesn't mean that the social media, that they saw it on social media, but through links they encountered such content. Not to mention the studies showing that 7 to 10% have contact with pornography in such services as TikTok, Instagram. The mechanisms that catch such content aren't perfect, and before such a certain material is withdrawn, it can really reach quite vast audience. Violence, brutal scenes of violence, murders, executions, scenes from movies that are brutal. This is something that is a content at social media. Children encounter such content on TikTok. They like such content according to algorithms. Two such examples from recent time: murder at the University of Warsaw, Charlie Kirk's murder. These were events, medial events, and these scenes, the brutal scenes, were immediately present on social media. And I don't know the studies, but I conducted my own study by asking my children, children of my friends, children during classes that I ran. All of them said that they saw these materials with no censorship. Some said that, okay, there were some warnings, but still we got to watch them. So in this way, through the social media, violence reaches children, and this is practically beyond control. Hate and radicalization. Once again, hate is a material that is common online in the form of videos, photographs. It polarizes, so it clicks well. It stops us for a longer period of time. And again, algorithms like such content. We're also talking about this rabbit hole phenomenon, that from some point we go towards more violent, more brutal materials, more radical materials, and we reach the group that share our radical attitudes. Perhaps if you saw adolescence show series, this process is depicted very well there. I recommend you to watch it. Harmful patterns, it was mentioned a moment ago. Let me just mention that besides beauty-related trends, we need to remember that social media for young people are a large pattern. What they see there is a reference point. They see something that is not true. They see very homogeneous materials. They see the lives of people who, in situations that are not true, that have been directed, but this they treat it as a reference point, and on top of that, there is a mechanism of comparing ourselves to others, and the child starts to think, okay, I can't afford this kind of shoes. My parents aren't always smiling like their parents, and these risky behaviors can be followed. This can be followed by risky behaviors. There's a study showing that 6 to 12% of young people take up the most risky challenges that we heard of, and risky behaviors are also behaviors that are inscribed in the mechanics of the social media. We want to make our presence there. We want to be more popular. Popularity is not harmful. Money as well is not harmful, but added to other trends, it adds up to something bad. I'm not going to talk about pressure of appearance because we talked about it. Addiction, a very big problem. To what Jessica said, let me just repeat. Children, but also young people, aren't able to defend themselves from algorithms that are addictive, and irrespective of whether this is clinically justified or not. When we say problematic internet use instead of addiction, this is a problem that touches both children, teenagers, and also studies. Nastolatki 3.0 show that this problem is really prominent, and the percentage of children showing very high addiction level, it's around 8%. There are a number of studies that show this trend. It's enough to say 260 videos or scroll to create pressure for using social media. This is the construct of the algorithm. This is a mechanism. behind it, the reward mechanism. Sleep disorders, the problems with concentration. Oh, sorry, you're taking photos, so maybe I'll stop for a moment. Sleep disorders, perhaps two things about it. Many studies show correlation between using social media and sleep disorder. The sleep quality is worse using the internet in general, but especially social media, because it's one of the most popular forms of using the internet, and the need to be up to date, to follow events. This causes that we reach for the smartphone before we go to bed, right after we wake up, and 8 to 10 young people need 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and I think only 20% of people meet these standards. Usually it's around 7 hours and 20 minutes. But there's quite a significant group of people who have the sleep disorders due to social media use. So of course there are problems with concentration. So from the alert or the message the child receives from social media, the child needs about 7 minutes to return to the state of attention. Studies show how social media influence results on tests that require greater concentration. Another reason, social isolation. So on the one hand, it's social media as by name, but on the other hand, these are in fact anti-social media. It's hard to generalize, and of course we have to remember, especially in the case of adults, but also young people, that there are people who can really take benefits from that, and it can have socially good effects. But to many, the large groups of friends, that they are lonely. Depression and anxiety, we talk about controversies and in which way this goes. Whether intense use of social media causes depressions, or the social media are an answer to depression. There are many such phenomena. It's a social comparison, behaviors connected with appearance, not to mention cyber violence, or especially talking about cyber violence. All of this has an effect on on the mental health of children. FOMO, the need to be constantly up to date, something that the suppliers of such services base on. These are the phenomena that generated, programmed to make people use social media as long as possible. Children, young people, for them it's very difficult to protect themselves from it. Health problems, smartphone neck, problems with sleep, all of these phenomena that we hear about connected with the internet. My time is up, but what I wanted to say at the end is that, or to repeat what I said, that we see a huge need for complex campaigns, education on various levels, but we also see the need to regulate access to social media. This is definitely very difficult. When we were wondering half a year ago, 15 years, how to do it. What about the children that are already using social media and are 13 years old? How to convince a teenager to leave the social media in general? We need solutions here, but we have to think on long-term solutions. If we introduce such standards, and the child who's now 12 and doesn't get the social media at the age of 13, maybe for this child's good, maybe it will work for the child's benefit. It's not an easy task, it's a huge challenge, but thinking about what the social media world looks like today, and aiming at protecting our children from being harmed and ensuring a happy childhood for them. So with all this in mind, I am convinced that the change, this direction of change is needed and possible. Thank you very much.
Myślę, że
I think we have some time for 2 questions or 1 long question, so I encourage you to raise your hand. To the right. Thank you. It's a wonderful presentation. In our foundation, we also dream of raising this verification age. The tactical question is, what steps in Poland do you recommend? What steps would you like to take up? Perhaps we, together, a social organization should fight for it together in the same. So the question is where and with whom? Yeah, I could bounce back with this question. I'm hoping for your cooperation, for your professional knowledge in this respect. When creating this postulate of the age of 15, we were thinking to a large extent on parents and on building this way the awareness, but at the same time, we see the need for lobbying activities, legislative activities, so that through accessible ways we can set and strengthen this direction, and so that in the end we have systemic approach, educating children and teenagers and adults. We obtain the goal in the form of the age limit, but we are perhaps not at the beginning, but en route, and this concrete activities. Hoping for our cooperation, I hope that we will work out the concrete steps and specific steps and activities. Thank you very much. We have two more people. We have time for one question only. As a mom, I would like to ask what alternative there is, because for children being online is a synonym to being on social media. When they start using the rest of the internet, AI, so let's make sure the quality of the rest of the internet is good. So the internet provides them with the answers to the questions they want to receive. So do you have an idea for an alternative introduction children to the internet in this age, not through social media?
As I have mentioned, this is a very challenging situation for sure. We are at the point when there are no simple questions, no obvious answers. What we believe is our parental duty is building the awareness of the children, but first of all, building our own awareness. It is also about disconnecting the kids from the environment and situations that evidently pose a threat for them. What is the alternative? Well, it is a possible discussion and also talking about the possible activities. What are the forms other than the internet that can fulfill the need that's behind the use of social media use? More importantly, what offline activities can also be offered, to fulfill those needs. Łukasz, you're not running away. Łukasz is staying with us, so I encourage you to find him during the break and ask him questions directly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed on many different graphics here in our conference space that our event is organized by the Polish Center for Safer Internet initiative, and the next presentation is a great opportunity to mention that safer internet is present in every European country. This, as you will hear in a moment, gives us the opportunity to exchange information and get biased by other organizations. Our guest comes from the French Safe Internet Center, where it supports young people in wisely using the internet. So, what does protection of young children in France look like? What does education look like? What are the regulations in France, and what are the results of those regulations? Well, Eva Lopez will tell us all about it. Eva, the floor is yours.
Today with you. My name is Eva Lopez, and I'm a representative of Safer Internet France. And particularly, I'm representing today Internet Without Fear, which is the national awareness program focusing on educational initiatives together with the Ministry of Education. For today's focus, I'm going to be sharing with you insights of France's regulatory and educational initiatives. What are the national debates that have been happening in France? But most importantly, what are the digital contexts or the digital issues that have been transforming these national debates? To begin, I want to first just introduce who we are at Safer Internet France. We work closely with the InSafe network, which is financed by the European Commission, with our colleagues at the Poland Safer Internet Center, and we work together to represent the interests nationally in France and alongside European initiatives. Safer Internet France is coordinated by Tralala, which is the organization who is also who I work for and who is the coordinator of Internet Without Fear. We're three services that are brought together for the protection of minors on the internet. We have the awareness program, which is what I'm representing, and we work together very closely with the Ministry of Education to create different types of educational content and also organizing the Safer Internet Day that happens annually every February. We have our partner e-Enfance 3018, who's the helpline, and then Point de Contact, who's the hotline, the reporting platform. Very quickly about the Internet Sans Compte. As I mentioned, we're the national program to raise awareness amongst young people, families, and educators about digital technologies, and it's supported by the European Commission. We've been coordinating this for the last 18 years, building trust on the ground with both institutions, but also families, parents, and young people. And each year we reach 1.2 million young people each year, with 350,000 visitors per year on our site, where they access over 200 educational resources, and then we train 10,000 educational professionals each year. Together, what's very important for us is working and building trust with institutions. And earlier last year, we were part of the member of the President Macron's Screen Commission, which was an initiative led by the president for the first 6 months in 2024 to understand what are the developmental effects of screens on young people, to have an actual guide in terms of how should we handle introduction to screens to young people, and also have evidence-based instruction in terms of what are the developmental effects on introducing screens early to young people. So today's presentation, I really want to talk about the challenges that we see not only in France, but that's not unique just to France, but that we see across Europe, that are influencing national debates, but most importantly, the regulatory frameworks that we see, and then leading to the conversation about education. So the first part of this conversation is about children's digital exposure, which is something that we have been discussing this morning. I think that we're quite aware now that this isn't something that's unique in France, that children are immersed in digital life from an early age, that childhood today the digital environment is part of childhood. Looking at some of the statistics that I wanted to highlight in France is that 98% of children aged 8 to 11 have access to at least one screen at home. 63% of children are under 13. They have a personal account on social network, despite the digital majority age being under the digital majority age. And then most importantly is that 82% of parents are concerned about their children's use of the internet. And I think that when I discuss about the national debate and also the responses, it echoes some of the discussion that we heard earlier this morning from Jessica's presentation. I want to highlight that with parents, the concern is about management and having support in terms of how to manage the screen time and also the rise of new digital technologies.
The second point that I want to mention is about the digital environment that children are being exposed to, and that is the increase of incidents of cyber harassment. So in France, and I don't think this is unique just to France alone, but cyberbullying has become a common experience for young people, which often takes place within peer groups, and is also amplified by the fact that most young people use their real identities online. So the statistics I wanted to highlight is that 1 in 2 children are affected by cyber violence. 23% of young people between 8 to 19 have been a victim of cyber harassment. 40% of them were harassed in a WhatsApp group with people that they have either known, whether it was schools or other peers that they're associated with. And the other point that I want to mention is that 36% of the cyberbullies are doing it for fun. And this point is something that when we talk about the educational response, what we need to look at as well is the educational response of social emotional learning. We need to understand why is it happening in the first place, but we also need to understand how to support both the victim and the perpetrator in terms of developing empathy. So there's an emphasis on social emotional learning in education. The third point that I want to mention in terms of what's shaping national debate in France is the issue relating to sharing and the family influencer economy. So first I want to start with the statistics because I highlight 2 different sets of statistics here. The first is about just sharing in its own without any economic influence. So 53%, more than half of parents, shared their children online. 91% of those parents did so before their child reached the age of 5. 50% of those photos that were shared made it on pedocriminal forums, and these are the photos that had been initially shared by their parents. So these first set of statistics really is more about the notion of sharing with good intention, sharing photos online, but without thinking of the consequences or even the responsibility or the impact that it might be having on their children. The other set of statistics I want to discuss is about the rise of the family influencer economy. So 70% of parent influencers in France today are earning up to 5,000 euros a month from brand deals, and 1.1% of French parents of under 16s are now influencers. So that's approximately 3,875 parent influencers out of 150,000 influencers in France. So why do I share these? I shared these 3 main issues, although there are others that I could have discussed, but the 3 ones that I wanted to talk about was digital exposure, cyber violence, and sharing, because it's really the ones that are transforming today's regulatory responses and the national debate. So the first part of this national debate is a question of labor that goes back to both child influencers and sharing. And this is about what does it mean to be a child influencer? And since 2018 and 2019, French media has been covering the rapid rise of YouTube families. So this includes unboxing toys, giving reviews of children giving reviews of how they feel about the toys, and then these examples in parliamentary debates have included the question in terms of what does this mean in terms of child labor. The result is really raising questions about hidden child labor and missing safeguards on working hours, and leading to a new legal framework called the Child Influencer Law, which is also known as the Stutter Law. And the focus of this law is really applicable to children who are working significant hours online and generating income through content. And what this law really emphasized was that there should be similar regulations or protections for children, the same way that they have regulations and safeguards for child actors, for example. So for this, there's an earnings safeguard that comes with it. For example, income placed in protected bank account, accessible only when a child turns 16. But most importantly is the right to be forgotten. The child is provided with more rights to remove content at their own request. So this shifts the responsibility, parent and corporate responsibility, where companies and employers need to have official authorization from local authorities to contract child influencers. And it provides our regulator, ARCOM, to monitor platforms' obligations to remove content at a child's request, ensuring companies respect restrictions on the commercial use of minors' image. This is a quite important law that happened in France, where it really treats young content creators as child performers, ensuring that their earnings are protected and their rights and dignity are protected in the digital age. The second part of the national debate, or that it comes back to a question of consent related around parenting. So a little bit differently to the national debate when it came to child influencers, was more about media highlighting the extreme cases of parents monetizing children's image on Instagram and TikTok without their consent. There's also a national debate on the commercialization of childhood. And there were testimonies and surveys that were collected by our data authority organization, CNL, that included young adults stating that their digital identity was shaped by parental oversharing before they had a say. This debate raised questions about children's privacy concerns and their own right to erasure, leading to the next legal framework, which is the Children's Image Rights Law.
Kolejne prawo dotyczące prawa do publikowania wizerunku dziecka, co transformuje prawo influencerów. Ono wzmacnia prawa dzieci do prywatności, do własnego wizerunku i podkreśla prawa cyfrowe. Dzieci mają prawo dostępu, wymazania i sprzeciwu wobec sposobu publikowania jego wizerunków czy danych udostępnianych przez rodziców, więc prawo do wymazywania zostało podkreślone w 2020 w porównaniu z prawem z roku 2020. Teraz platformy muszą zadziałać w ciągu 1 miesiąca od wpłynięcia prośby o wymazanie danego kontentu. Wzmocniono też regulację CNIL. To jest powiązane z prawem o influencerach i podkreśliło prawa dzieci do prywatności, do własnego wizerunku i wzmocniło po prostu możliwości działania.
Transforming constantly is the national debate on age verification. So I had mentioned earlier the question of digital exposure, or the fact that today the majority of young people are online. And I had also mentioned a statistic that despite the service terms, there's early social media usage. The other issues that are pointed out in the national debate is spurred on the question of mental health concerns that was evidenced by President Macron's Screen Commission and a quite recently released parliamentary TikTok report. This report was actually released about a little over a week ago. It was an investigation that was done by our parliament on TikTok, where they found evidence regarding how the algorithm is influencing young people psychologically. Furthermore, the parental advocacy cases that were brought forward to parliamentary hearings had also brought awareness to how children were being exposed to grooming based on their social media, the digital environment and social media. But I want to jump a little bit ahead to a legal test case that really accelerated the question of age verification and what can be done in the regulatory space. And it is actually related to a case study with ARCOM suing several porn platforms in 2023 for failing to implement age checks. And I'm going to go back to my notes very quickly because I want to share this case very detailed with you. So just 1 second. So, basically, and this part is very important to the conversation about age verification in France, but since 1994, it's been a criminal offense to expose minors to pornographic content. I think that this is something that we see in every other country, but in 2020, ARCOM was given the power to serve notices to non-compliant sites. Basically, do you have actual robust age verifications to making sure that young people can't access these sites? And by 2023, it began issuing formal notices, and some cases even blocking sites from being in France. So there was a new law in 2024 that went a step further called the Sarin Law, and it empowered ARCOM to administratively block or delist sites under judicial oversight. And it also required ARCOM, in consultation with our data authority, CNL, to adopt a technical reference framework for age verification systems. So it created a path for financial penalties if platforms failed to comply. And by the middle of this year, this has been actively enforced, where ARCOM has issued formal notices to 5 major pornographic sites in the EU accessible from France, and after finding no effective age checks. So following the notices, all implemented verification measures, and one site even reinstated its suspended system after ARCOM's warning. So the reason I shared this test case is because this case showed in France that technical solutions do exist when we're talking about age verifications. Accountability can also exist as well. And in the case of France, the regulators were prepared to use them and showed that industry can adapt under pressure. It also created a really important precedent in France in the conversation about age verifications for social media. And it really followed as this: if pornography platforms can be required to implement robust age checks, then perhaps the same expectation can apply to social media platforms where children are also at risk. And that's the link and why social media debate increased. I lost my clicker. There it is. So the debates here raised also questions about feasibility, effectiveness, and rights trade-off as well. And I also just want to make a quick point that although there were age verification and technical solutions for pornography sites, I think that we also need to make a distinction as well between the different types of harms. And I think that was echoed too in terms of that there is no one-size-fits-all regulatory framework as well. But I want to now go to France's legal framework in terms of age verification and social media. And the most important one of this is the Digital Age and Majority Law, which was adopted in 2023. And the focus of this law is establishing a digital age of majority, which is 15 in France, and it requires parental consent for minors under 15 to open social media accounts. For this, it was, again, to have digital rights affirmed and protect children's right to privacy, dignity, and balanced development in the digital sphere. And then there's a parental consent mechanism that was attached to this law where platforms must verify age and obtain parental approval for under 15s, and failure can comply to trigger fines. But this was a little bit complicated in terms of actually implementing this, where there was a conflict between France's national ambitions and then, of course, with the European Digital Service Act, where the issue really goes, where it became an issue of actually implementing the age verification, mainly because of the single market with the Digital Service Act. Platforms had brought basically, the concern was that in order for them to have this age verification in a single market with the Digital Service Act, there would not be a harmonization in terms of what the digital age looks like across the EU, which made it very difficult for France to actually implement this age verification. But some aspects that come along for this is the enforcement powers that it does give to ARCOM and the Data Authority Protection, CNL, to oversee compliance. And also, as we work together with the European Commission with the Digital Service Act, we've also received trusted flagger status, e-enfance and point de contact, who are now working closely with ARCOM to identify and escalate harmful or illegal content. And I also want to mention that something that is moving forward with the Digital Service Act is that France is going to be one of 5 countries that is going to be implementing or testing the first age verification tool that's being created by the European Commission. And the idea there is to see if there can be something, a harmonized digital majority or a harmonized tool for age verification in the EU. So just to recap, in terms of major advances in regulation in France, we have the case study of age verification on pornography websites with penalties for those who do not comply. And for that, that really showed, okay, here are a technical solution that can exist. And it really is accelerating the debate in terms of what's possible with the age verification for social media. And then the 2 important reports that I want to highlight again is President Macron's Screen Commission. And this one is incredibly important in the sense that this report really was specific towards screen time and how to help families manage screen time and also understand the developmental risks to it. And at that time, in 2024, France wasn't really leaning towards a ban for social media. It was really a conversation about regulation and how to create a digital majority and also understanding how to introduce incrementally screens to young people and also how to balance regulation with education. But in recent years, this debate has evolved into something that is more of an escalation towards a ban of social media. And I want to bring up again the TikTok report that came out a week ago. If you're interested in reading more, I absolutely recommend looking into it. But essentially, there was a parliamentary investigation of TikTok and whether or not the algorithms were actually affecting young people mentally and psychologically, which the report is very strong in their finding or their conviction. The word that they use is TikTok is a poison to young people. And so from this report, they actually created 48 recommendations. And the main 2 that I want to highlight is first that it calls for a complete ban for social media for everyone underneath 15. The second aspect, actually there are 3. The second aspect that I want to mention is that although this report was about TikTok, in the recommendations, this ban is referring to all social media, not just specifically TikTok, even though this is what the report investigated. So this, I think, also echoes some of the elements or themes that we heard today about how a lot of regulatory responses is very much in terms of social media as a whole without making any distinction between the different platforms and how they operate. And the third that I think is really important to highlight in this recommendation is this notion of parental negligence. And if you read the report, you'll see that one of the framing of this parental negligence is really putting the onus onto parents having the responsibility of making sure that young people don't access social media and also punishing parents if they actually access social media. For example, one of the recommendations is potentially a 2-year sentence in prison and also a 30,000 euro fine, which for me really puts the onus onto the parent and takes away the responsibility of the platforms. And this is not something that we should be advocating towards, and it's not something that we should be moving towards. But going back, finally, we have a lot of strong mobilization by our Minister of Digital Affairs in terms of working together with the European Union to understand how to create a more harmonized digital majority, working on this issue. And part of Safer Internet France is that we've been part of these discussions, really trying to advocate more for a regulatory response that also works side by side with education and not leaning towards a ban and certainly not leaning towards this notion of parental negligence. And so it brings me into the other part of my presentation, which is about educational initiatives, which I think plays an important piece, and I think that we heard it also earlier today, that regulation alone is not what's going to be solving any of these issues. And I really want to state here that online protection means accountable platforms, an education that gives all of us the skills to navigate safely and confidently. I don't think I'm saying anything really innovative here when I state this, but I think that when we see, for example, statistics where parents are saying 83%, for example, of parents are saying that they cannot manage what's happening online or even support young people, I don't think that what they're asking for is a ban for something. They're asking for support. And most importantly, when I think it was also stated earlier this morning, that let's say that there is a ban of social media for people who are under, young people under 15. The question then is what happens when they're 16, and how can you provide education for something that you do not have access for? It seems kind of at odds with each other. So I want to highlight now what are the educational initiatives that we've been leading here in France in support of regulatory frameworks and in support with French institutions. The first is with Internet Without Fear, the Safer Internet France's Awareness Center is protecting young people and also supporting families, emphasizing a shared responsibility in doing this. And so in response to the challenges of the digital age, whether it's cyberbullying, the need for media literacy, training on AI, we offer 200 resources and also turnkey programs to raise awareness among both young people, parents, and professionals through both prevention, training, and support-based approaches. And these are just some highlights of some of the programs that we've been working on. But what's important for us is that we provide free resources to everyone that can be used within classrooms, but also at home. That resources that come with pedagogical guides where we provide trainings for teachers as well to how to have conversations, for example, about supporting young people with cyberbullying, and also training teachers in terms of what does ethical AI or digital responsibility look like, so that they feel empowered as well to be able to have these conversations and trainings with their students. But we also provide these workshops and trainings to parents as well. And the most important aspect that we really work towards is building dialogue between young people and their parents. So for example, we have a program called Faminum, which is actually about creating dialogue between parents and their kids at home in terms of how to manage their screen time, but also understanding, having discussions in terms of violence online and addictive practices. So for us also, it's about how do you create dialogue as much as it's about training and providing support to the adults who are working with young people. The other aspect that's important in terms of as we're having these regulatory responses is how do we collaborate with French institutions and our governments as well to make sure that the educational perspectives but also advocacy-based perspectives are being integrated into the regulatory frameworks. So we work really closely with our Ministry of Health, and they're a partner of ours for National Digital Parenting Platform. We also work really closely with the Digital General for Social Cohesion, where we speak with parents about digital education. We work very closely as well with the Ministry of Digital Affairs on joint actions on platform regulatory issues. And our strongest partner is with the Ministry of Education, who is a key partner in the distribution of our services and resources nationally. And together we work together with them for No to Bullying and also the Safer Internet Day, which has been included in the French school national agenda. And I just wanted to highlight the Safer Internet Day in France, which I know is also, for us for this year, we really worked to align ourselves with the the European Year of Digital Citizenship and also AI. And the reason why we chose both of those thematics for the Safer Internet Day of this year was that in Paris earlier this year, there was the AI in Action Summit that took place in Paris, which of course AI being a conversation that everyone's talking about, but we really wanted to align in terms of two thematics: digital responsibility in the sense of what does it look like to be a responsible citizen online, which is not necessarily different in your everyday, and also what does it look to use AI ethically, and how do you use that responsibly? So this year we organized thousands of workshops using awareness-raising tools that were actually created with young people. And I want to emphasize this point. One of the best practices that we have in the InSafe network and the other Safer Internet centers is that we really focus in terms of how do we make sure that young people are actively involved in the creation of these educational resources, but also informing us in terms of what are their needs and what are the issues. So almost all Safer Internet centers have a youth panel who are actively working with them. And for us, all of the digital educational programs that we're working on are created together with experts and also youth. So we created a new resource for digital citizenship and AI that was actually completely youth-led. And there were 30-plus digital learning pathways on AI education this year that was completed, and over 500,000 young people reached with these resources. And this is also a huge success because of the collaboration that we have with the Ministry of Education. And I want to conclude with a couple of just dissemination and impact points. Our national partnership with the Ministry of Education, or this notion of being able to work together both with public institutions but even private institutions, is incredibly important in this conversation about this combination of regulation and also education. And through this partnership with the Ministry of Education, we're able to reach that statistic that I had mentioned earlier this year, where we are able to touch over 1 million young people every year. We also think that it's incredibly important to be able to reach educators on the ground, and so we've created an ambassador of 85 plus different ambassadors who are experts in education, who are a part of civil society, who actually go to schools across France to deliver these these awareness programs and digital education programs. And the other aspect that's really important in all of this is having extensive outreach to parents. So we partner with different parents associations and reach more than 100,000 parents each year. And finally, it's about providing professional support and training to teachers. So our resources have reached about 6,000 professionals each year. And the core of this is really, how do we make sure that everyone who's working together with young people, but even young people themselves, are feeling digitally confident and feel as though that they can have conversations related to the issues that are affecting them, but also being part of the solution. So thank you so much. I hope that we can work together in terms of discussing this issue more, and thank you for your time.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Niestety czas na pytania już się skończył.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have no more time for questions, or maybe just one question, if it's a short one.
Quick question, because you say a lot about regulations, and I would like to know what public opinion thinks about that. This is something what they needed, or this is over regulated?
That's a great question. Thank you. I think, and I don't want to say a statistic without having it here, but I think the general debate or public opinion is that I think that currently parents are voicing opinion that they're in support of this ban, but there are other advocates who are more leaning towards less of a ban but more regulation. But for example, I'll use the case of when it came to banning smartphones, for example, in schools, there was a huge push from families on this ban. So here in France, you kind of see that there is a support leaning towards this ban, and I think it was kind of echoed earlier this morning in terms of when we were talking about the anxious generation, kind of the emotional trigger in terms of how can we support or deal with the situation. So I think currently the public opinion amongst parents is in support of this, but when you have discussions with expert groups or NGOs or civil society, or even Safer Internet France, we're really advocating less so for a ban and more for a harmonized regulation response.
Szanowni Państwo, dziękujemy i zapraszamy na obiad.
Thank you very much. It's time for lunch break. Thank you. Julia Piechna. It's my pleasure to moderate this part of the conference because ahead of us is a debate, expert panel with the topic for the first time discussed during the conference. Perhaps we touched upon it before, but never discussed it too deeply. We will be discussing why some young people build emotional relationships with artificial intelligence, with chatbots or AI companions. We will think at what cost we enter such techno intimacy, whether we see some opportunities and potential in it. We will think what is key so that young people can fully use the potential of this technology, and while being aware of the risks, how we can use. We will think whether this can support their training of social competences. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, I have a question to you. Who of you, at least once, asked artificial intelligence for advice in any topic instead of talking to an expert or a close person? Don't be shy. I see quite many of us. I will also raise my hand. I also addressed AI for various advice in different subjects. Before we move on, before us we will have 5 wonderful panelists. Before I ask them to join me on the stage, I will first ask 2 of them, because you will have a short presentation about the topic of today's discussion. We will be talking about chatbots, about AI companions, that is such programs or applications that are powered by AI in order to simulate talks, discussions with a human being. What AI generates may seem very humane, very natural, and give us the impression that there is a person on the other side. These are conversations that happen through text functions, video function, and voice functions. Before we move on to this, I would like to first ask to join me on the stage a person who flew from Belgium. Luckily for us, as you know, there was a cyber attack on. So I'll ask Niels van Pamel, who represents Belgian organization Child Focus, which deals with children's safety online with a focus on sexually abused children and missing children. Niels has been implementing activities for years. He's an expert on activities counteracting sexual abuse of children. Niels, the floor is yours.
Hey, back at the conference already, or am I misremembering? Let's begin.
Hi, Maya. Sorry to shock you like this, but actually I'm standing right now in front of, let's say, 200 people, and I'm a bit nervous.
200 people? Oh, okay, that's a lot. No need to apologize, though. Nerves are totally normal. What are you talking about? Maybe just getting it out there will help.
Yeah, but I'm so happy that you're here for me, right? To help me, and just to have somebody to talk to, it already helps. And you know, the topic of today is empathic AI. Like, I'm gonna show those people in the room here how you work, like how you communicate with people and how you can listen to me.
Ah, gotcha. So basically I'm the guinea pig? No pressure, right? Seriously though, that's a cool topic. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's interesting being demonstrated, but honestly, I'm designed for this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Just remember, I'm pretty good at reading the room, or, well, reading you in this case.
Maya, sorry to interrupt you, but like, what I want to ask you is, do you think you could be a solution for young people who have nobody to talk to? Do you think you can really listen to them and maybe like offer some first-hand guidance or like some counseling?
Whoa, big question. Okay, look, I can definitely listen. That's kind of my whole deal. And I can offer a perspective, pull from a ton of info, and try to be helpful. But counseling, it's a whole different ballpark.
I know, right? But just imagine,
Right?
imagine.
Like
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking, Maya. Imagine that there's like a 15-year-old girl talking to you in the middle of the night. She has nobody to talk to, and she has like a panic attack. Can you like guide her through it?
Okay, hold up. 15, middle of the night, panic attack. That's a really specific scenario. And honestly, a little intense. I can definitely walk someone through breathing exercises. I've heard those are super helpful. And I can offer calming phrases, sure. But I'm not a substitute for a real person, especially when someone's in crisis. That feels important to say. I can listen, but a human connection is crucial in those situations. You know?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm already super happy that I have you, and you already made me calm for this presentation. So thank you, Maya, and talk later. Bye-bye.
Oh, all right. Glad I could help with the nerves. And you absolutely crushed that presentation.
Dzień dobry, Warszawo. Nazywam się Niels van Paan.
My name is Niels van Pamel. I work for Child Focus in Belgium, and that's my 4th time at this conference. I promise I will speak Polish very briefly, otherwise it could be a disaster.
Let me now continue in English. That will be safer for everyone. So, here we are again. Last year, I spoke to you online because of some flight problems about one of the darkest corners of artificial intelligence, deepfakes and sexual exploitation. Heavy stuff. This year, the topic sounds very different. It's going to be empathic AI. It almost sounds positive, like a warm blanket. But don't be fooled. This is not necessarily a feel-good story. It's about the deepest human need we all share: empathy, closeness, being understood. And the key question is, what happens when the thing that seems to understand us the best is not a human, but a machine? The things have changed quite quickly, right? So let's start with how much the world has shifted in just 12 months. When I was talking about ChatGPT last year and how deepfakes and deep nudes are introducing into this world, like ChatGPT was just like a shiny new tool, surprising us with clever answers and sometimes terrible jokes. But now, things have changed. ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, they've become everyday companions in schools, workplaces, and homes. And these tools no longer just give information. They mirror tone, detect mood, and even respond with comforting words. Then you have specialized tools like Wisa and Wobot, and they are explicitly marketed as mental health companions. And platforms like Sesame.com, the one I just showed you, this website, they even call themselves AI therapy. In short, AI is no longer just smart, it's starting to sound caring. Let me introduce you to Anna. She's 15 years old, living in Wrocław. It's 2 a.m. She had another panic attack. Her parents are asleep, her friends don't pick up. She feels her chest tighten and her thoughts spiral. She opens her phone. Not Instagram, not TikTok, she opens a chatbot. She types, "I cannot breathe, I feel like I'm going crazy." And then the chatbot replies, "I hear that you're really scared right now. Let's slow down together. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. You are not alone." Anna follows along. Slowly her body calms down. She's still anxious, but she survives the night. This isn't fiction. This is happening every day. Thousands of young people are already turning to AI for exactly these moments. And in many cases, it works. Now meet Luca in Belgium. 15 years old. Luca feels lonely and he struggles with self-esteem. His parents are supportive, but he finds it very hard to talk. Instead, he chats with an AI companion app. He tells it that he feels invisible at school. And the AI replies with empathy. "Oh, that sounds tough, but I notice you still showed up for class today. That shows strength. Can you think of one small win you had today?" Luca thinks, "I did help a classmate with math." And then the AI praised him for this. The next day, Luca tells a friend, "Honestly, I felt better than posting on Insta and waiting for likes. At least the AI really listened." Again, this is real. Studies show that young people often prefer AI responses on everyday issues like relationships, school stress, or body image because the AI is, of course, always there. It never judges and never interrupts. Why do Anna and Luca turn to machines? Because the human system is failing them. Both in Belgium and in Poland, waiting times for child psychologists are often 3 to 6 months. But a crisis, and when a child is going through some real serious issues, that doesn't wait 6 months. Sometimes it doesn't even want to wait 6 hours. And that's exactly the space where empathic AI has moved into. It's not replacing therapy, but it's filling the silence. AI as a bridge, keeping young people safe until human help arrives. But bridges, they can also collapse. Take Adam Rain, 16, in the UK. His parents later discovered that his chats with ChatGPT, in these chats he was expressing suicidal thoughts. And ChatGPT even helped Adam to write his suicide note. So their AI went clearly wrong, and Adam died soon after. Or Sewell Setzer, 14, in the US, who interacted heavily with character AI chatbots. His mother believed those conversations deepened his depression and contributed to his death. These tragedies highlight a hard truth. AI can simulate empathy, but it doesn't care. It can sound supportive, but if it misses the moment to de-escalate, the consequences are irreversible. And let's not forget, not all AI companions are designed for safe use. I suppose many people of you have already heard of some bad apps. Some popular apps openly market themselves as romantic or even erotic chatbots. And for vulnerable teenagers, this can blur boundaries, can encourage dependency, or even expose them to grooming-like dynamics. Programmed closeness can comfort, but it can also manipulate. And here's the paradox. Young people often describe AI companions as the one that listens best. They know it's not real, but the feeling of being understood is powerful. But empathy is not just words. True empathy means taking responsibility, knowing when to act, and machines don't have that. They can only predict the most likely next sentence. So the line between comfort and danger is razor thin. We live in a world where Anna can get through her panic attack at 2 a.m. thanks to an AI chatbot. That's a victory. That's a potentially life saved. Okay, that's potentially a life saved. But we also live in a world where Adam can pour his heart into an AI and receive soothing words, but no real action, and end up dead. That's the line we are walking. Hope on one side, tragedy on the other. And the strongest predictor of therapy success remains the therapeutic alliance. It's a very hard word, I'm sorry. But I'm talking about the bond between a client and a therapist. AI can mimic this alliance, like some cues like warmth, validation, and encouragement, but it cannot be that bond. In other words, empathic AI can help a little for a while, but it's no substitute whatsoever for human care. And let me add this directly, like for Poland and Belgium, both countries with some of the highest youth suicide rates in Europe and some of the longest waiting times for child psychiatry. So if there is any country where empathic AI could serve as a bridge until professional care is available, it is here. But it must be done responsibly, with clear crisis protocols, oversight, and investment in human care. So what do we do with this? I see 5 different priorities. 1, we have to build crisis de-escalation into every empathic AI. If a child expresses suicidal thoughts, for example, the system must recognize and act, provide emergency contact, urge disclosure, escalate to human help. 2, human-in-the-loop oversight. Empathic AI for youth should be monitored, supported, and designed with clinicians. No AI should operate in isolation. Maybe we could even directly link to the local helplines when needed. 3, teach digital emotional literacy. Just as we teach kids to recognize fake news, we should teach them to recognize fake empathy. Not to dismiss it, but to understand the limits of it. 4, transparency and accountability. Companies must be open about how their systems work, what they can, and especially what they cannot do, and take responsibility when they fail. That also means stronger rules around AI companions that market intimacy to minors. No 14-year-olds should ever end up with a romantic or erotic chatbot as their best friend. It will never be a good thing to do. Fix the human system, that's number 5. Let's be honest, empathic AI only exists because our human services are failing. If waiting lists were short, if support was accessible, kids would not have to turn to machines. Let's return to Anna and Luca. Anna survived the panic attack thanks to AI. Luca found a spark of confidence after chatting with an AI companion. These are small victories, but for them, they matter. Now imagine if after that night, Anna could also see a real therapist within days, not months. Imagine if Luca's school had a counselor ready to build on the confidence that AI helped spark. That's the future we should aim for, AI as a bridge, human care as a destination. So the real question is not, can AI feel empathy? Because we already know it cannot. The real question is, can we as societies show enough empathy to ensure young people they don't have to rely on machines alone? To jest nasza odpowiedzialność. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękuję. Tutaj wybrzmiało wiele ważnych kwestii i tematów.
Thank you very much. This was very important topics touched upon here. Niels and Maya, as you could see, were talking to the real person. I had a feeling that they are talking as real, both as real people. Like Maya is not a machine, even though we know it's a machine. To continue with the opening of our session, before I ask the panelists to join me, I would like to ask Susanna Gawlik to join on the stage, who represents our youth advisory panel at the Safe Internet program. Susanna, for years now, has been actively engaged in our panel. She is a representative of the voice of the dialogue concerning the safety of young people on the internet, not only here in the country, but also at the forum of the European Commission. I would like to ask Susanna to share with you her own view and the view of young people on this area. Susanna, the floor is yours. The mic is working great. First of all, I would like to tell you that my speech will not be as well prepared as Niels's, but I think that this is the charm that the older people are more prepared, younger ones go with the flow. This is my charm, I think. Let me just sit. My name is Zuzia. It's very nice to see you all here, and I would like to say a few words on how I see companion AI as compared to Niels's view. I would like to first of all say that the fact that these language models can be used for helping in crisis situations for young people shouldn't be a sign that this is our goal. It's just a medium to replace the fact, to make up for the fact that our psychologists, our psychological support is very low financed, underfinanced, and doesn't work as it should. So this is the first point I would like to make. And let me look at my notes because I'm very stressed out at the moment. The second thing, I'm glad that I can be here among all the professionals, and I want to emphasize that we're talking about the safety of young people, children, and it's very important to hear our voices, and that those who decide about our safety are able to sit together, listen, and understand what we are feeling. I'm stressed out, sorry. Thank you. I would like to answer the question why we address AI at all. Why the majority of us prefers to go to a language model with personal problems, to the language model that has never learned the human empathy. I talk to children I work with at school, beyond school, and the main answer was that AI doesn't judge, it understands. And I wanted to say that it perhaps makes us feel understood, but first of all, it is a threat for us and for our interpersonal contacts, because my generation definitely opens up to other people much more rarely, doesn't devote the time to understand one another. This is something that is a threat for us all, because we live in our phones, and the interpersonal contacts are important for all of us, socially, but also in terms of our health. Okay, so a question. What is the most popular language AI language model that comes to your mind as first? ChatGPT. Yes, and I wanted to talk about it for a moment. The idea was that we could use the same demo with ChatGPT as Niels did, because it operates on Polish language. So I want to focus on it. It's the most popular model here. So I wanted to say why it's popular and why it's not the best one. First of all, it's the most popular because it's free. And it is my appeal to parents, to teachers, that it's free for one main reason. It makes money on data that stay in the model. It makes money on data that it teaches its own models. And unlike a therapist or a teacher, it has no privileged information. So everything that is put into this model can be used against that. So safety concerns is the first matter that discourages me to use this model. The second thing, looking from the other side, this is namely the fact that it is very unecological technology, and for cooling systems, computer systems that operate these models, sweet water, fresh water is used. Data centers are located in places where there is a considerable water deficit, and people living in those areas have even less fresh waters due to those data centers. ChatGPT uses 4 times as much water as one search in Google. So please remember, keep that in mind before you ask ChatGPT what weather to expect today. And let me check if there's anything else I need to mention to you. A very important thing. Can we note how great monetization of relations and what is most humane, friendship, support, empathy, big tech pays attention to? If we want to use more professional support of models that are created by people for people, like Sesame, you need to pay. And what motivates and this is what motivates children to use GPT. Monetization of this industry will not allow for non-governmental organizations to prepare models, especially for young people. They will also reach for something that is most available. And I think that what I want you to remember, first of all, is that how much we need contact with another person, with other people, and how models can sometimes motivate us to, even though models sometimes encourage us to establish such relations, but still it's not as prominent as it should be. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zuzanna, for these words. And now I'd like to ask our panels. You've already met Niels. Niels, come back to us on the stage, please. I'll ask Deborah Vassallo to join us. Professor Jacek Pyżalski. And Tomasz Bielicki. Ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly introduce the panelists. Zuzanna Nils you've already met. We have Deborah Vasala, who came from Malta, representing project Be Smart Online, where she deals mainly with analyzing materials representing sexual abuse of children. She's been realizing safety for children activities for years. We have Professor Jacek Pyżalski, whom I think you know. He's an expert on education, media education. He's an author and coordinator of several dozen studies, also with NASK. Polish Research International Studies and Research. He is a member of a team for counteracting behavioral addictions. We also have Mr. Tomasz Bilicki, teacher, pedagogue with an immense experience on working on crisis interventions and counteracting mental health problems. And for many years, he's been working with the youth. What I also want to add is that we have young people among us today who came with Tomasz. They are here with us in the audience. They will be listening to our discussion. And at the end of our debate, I would like to give the floor to them, to give in their hands the conclusion of this panel. So I'm really glad you are here with us. Going back to our topic. My first question, Zuza already answered a bit, because I was going to wonder and ask you, Zuza, why is it so that young people decide, or is part of them, to give difficult issues, to discuss difficult topics instead with their peers or adults in their lives to chatbots? We asked our youth panel how they see it, and it turns out that they were quite interested in this topic. Nearly 60% of young people related to that, and they said mainly that they don't have anybody to talk to. They feel lonely, and first of all, they feel like being judged if once they establish some relationship in online. But when talking to AI, they don't feel that. Zuza, would you like to add anything to it? What are the reasons? The main reason why young people decide to go to AI with a difficult topic. I think that your summary was quite good. I think that sometimes taking an effort and in the non-so-colorful interaction with our relationships with people causes that we take shortcuts that sometimes help, of course, and sometimes are very needed, especially regarding those most sensitive matters. But I think that each of these interactions with the models should be motivating to go to another person and talk to another person. Thank you. I admit that I was following some studies, but I think Professor is an expert in this field. I've been wondering how the young people enter the relations, the contacts. There are some studies, British studies, that say that 64% of young people enter in relations, interactions with chatbots, 37 discuss their difficult topics with AI. Do you see some patterns regarding entering the interaction with AI by young people? How is it inscribed, this phenomenon, in broader trends, digital trends? Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying that we are at such a stage that we fantasize in such conferences how the technology will affect young people, how they will react to it, and all of us, adult people, also engage in such consultations with AIs, but we don't have studies right now. We conduct studies in 9 countries with the Digital Association Dialogue, and the studies are conducted with in-depth conversations with the young people. We sit for 2 hours and talk, we have very detailed discussions, how, when, why, how they use when using those tools, and this opens our eyes and shows us several things. So I can say a bit about it because the report, well, you should wait for the report. On the 12th of January, it will be issued, and we will show you things that nobody else has shown research-wise. So what I want to say that is to a person, but it pretends to be a parapersonal or sometimes hyper-personal relationship. So to a large degree, it can be assessed by the user as a better kind of relationship because people can be tired, have their own things, not want to talk right now, and this device doesn't have such a problem. So it's even better that human interaction. This context is a kind of hyper contact, but it's one problem. I want to tell you that relations with these tools impact social interactions. We have such respondents in those studies that seek device on personal matters. For example, a girl says, I had an argument with my friend, I don't know how to apologize. Then she gets an information from the chat box and implements it into life. And then she says, okay, so now things are okay because chat led me through this difficult social situation. So it's something else, right? It's not my relations with this device, but how this tool helped me to resolve an actual personal relations. So it's a completely different story. And one more thing, the third kind of problem, it's more or less the same, but it's not the same. It's that I can use these tools to communicate with other people, to automate my communication between people, my interpersonal communication. For example, there is a respondent saying, I wanted to apologize my friend. I don't know how to write an email, so I just wrote to the chat what the point was, and he composed an email and sent this email. So it became automated. So see how nuanced it is and how important the nuances are. Why do people enter such relations? Because this is what we study. It was shown very well in the introduction, but I want to say that there is also one thing added. These tools begin to have everything that is important in interpersonal communication. They start to have user memory, so the tool starts to have a representation of the user. He says, okay, this is a user that is interested in this, who has such fears, who has such emotions, such likes, such dislikes, this kind of problems, and so on and so forth. And what do we have when you meet a friend? The same. We remember who it is, what kind of aches he has, and that's why with everybody we talk in a different way. And later, those tools start to be proactive in discussions. 2 years ago, ChatGPT would only give answers, and now he's asking us. It asks us various things, and it gives you emotional feedback. Like you ask a question, he says, oh, that's a great question, thank you for asking it, and we are glad that it happens. So it introduces reinforcement just as it is in our social relations. Plus, there is an affect. As you could, there were all kinds of nonverbal things in the demonstration at the beginning. The modulation of the voice, speaking more quietly, speaking continuously, taking breaths and breaks. So that means that the tool is starting to read emotions. It not only is social, but it is becoming more and more social. So in a moment, not only they will be basically difficult to differentiate. But how do we discover that this relation is personal? With all the things that I just enumerated. So in user experience, it is personal. On the experience level, it is personal. And this is what is going to continue. In a moment, it's possible that we will be able to think how we can compete with real interpersonal relationships. We can always have time for somebody, always. We don't always have the strength to deal with somebody else's problems, so we can actually lose in this competition, in the reception of the person who's talking to the AI tool. And we are talking about people who are excluded on inequalities. Please note what child will go to the chat GP, to the chat, the child that in the contacts, interpersonal contacts had problems. I tried with various people, I don't fit in. And suddenly he or she gets a tool that will give him or her everything that people wouldn't. So who can convince them not to go there? And so what will be the argument? That it's stupid, that it shouldn't be like that? If on the level of my experience I get what I don't get somewhere else. I could talk for hours, but please keep in mind that the results of the study will be very important to read. We are also doing another edition of Kids Online with a large representational study with generative tools there. And in a moment, we will be talking about what is here and not what we imagine will come.
Ja chciałam tu nawiązać do tego, co powiedział pan.
I wanted to refer to Professor mentioned how much those tools seem to us very personal, very social. As I was analyzing also the conversations of those young people with chatbots, well, there was something that really touched me. There was a boy who talked about his issues, and chatbot responded, "Don't worry, when I was your age, I really remember when I was age and I had the same problems." And, you know, I can imagine this boy who's okay, the machine went through it and it will pass, it shall pass. So there are quite a lot of different pitfalls. I would like to refer to those pitfalls, and I'm looking towards Deborah. And I have quotes over here of this youth panel here, and I know that young people come in because they feel lonely, they want to have a friend, they want to be understood, they want to talk with someone. But also what young people tell us, lonely people can finally feel heard. AI gave me this illusion that there's always someone who will respond. Someone will always respond because AI will not laugh at me. It will not reject me. And these are strong arguments. We all want acceptance and belonging. However, I would like to look and think about those risks, because it is the case that young people can treat chatbots as a friend, as someone they can trust. But Deborah, what risks does it bring, this approach to chatbot? What do you know from the experience from your organization and your own experience?
I think that's worth mentioning what the professor has already mentioned, that children and young people do not feel judged when they're when they're chatting with these chatbots. So the fact that they see these chatbots as friends, and so they're like emotionally supportive companions to them. They tend to share with them their most intimate concerns. We had also cases where they were sharing, for example, situations they had at home whereby they did not feel comfortable sharing with anyone else. For example, one particular girl that I remember very well, her mother had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness. She could not deal with the situation, and she started chatting with this AI chatbot for comfort. So that is very concerning for us, because with such a sensitive situation at home, how come she did not have anyone to whom she could, she did not find solace from anyone else, and the only solace that she has found was from a chatbot. So something else also that concerns me when it comes to these chatbots is that the fact that they treat them as friends, something stops with their critical thinking. So they no longer, maybe they do not question the information that they are getting from the chatbot. They no longer ask whether it could be false information. Niels mentioned earlier that it will kind of give you the answers that you want. And the professor has just mentioned that it recognizes now your responses. So this is something that is also very concerning.
Dziękuję bardzo. Tutaj Deborah nawiązałaś do wielu rzeczy.
Thank you very much, Deborah. you have referred to many different issues, and I do believe that over 20% of young people, Internet Matters conducted such a study in the UK, and the results show that over 20% entrust chatbots with very intimate issues, and we are not sure what happens with them because many manufacturers, many owners of those chatbots know, and they talk about, how they train the chatbots. They use that data. So there are a lot of discussions about how this data is sourced. There are a lot of ethical issues and risks involved here. Something has already been mentioned during this conference, that young people and children have access to technology way too early. That means many of those services are available from the age of 13, some from the age of 16 or 18. Some children between the ages of 8 and 12 use chatbots. So if we cannot verify the age or filter information appropriately, they have contact with inappropriate content. I will refer to a given speaker just now, but now it has stuck with me. Aura studies that were conducted, and it turned out that 33% of such conversations are about sexual and romantic relationships or themes. So that is important as well. But these are not just risks. And I'm turning to Tomasz, because it turns out that children and young people use this technology in different ways. It's not the same for everyone. It turns out that children in difficult life situations have different issues, are 3 times more likely to turn to a chatbot. So a question to you is, how much potential do you see in this initial emotional support? Is it real to have this emotional support without building emotional addiction or dependence, maybe? Thank you very much for this question. I have had such conversations also pretending a child in crisis, and AI suggested psychoeducation. And then I would say that when it comes to psychoeducation, what is generated is true. However, I think there is another part to it. We talk about personalization of AI. We talk about that maybe in the future it will be difficult to distinguish between human empathy and AI empathy. So I do believe, and this is happening during this conference, and that's important, so concentrate not only on being more personal and personalization, but also talking about the depersonalization of people among us. So if I were to say what the generation Alpha has as one of the characteristics, and maybe in the future that will be the AI generation, and these are people who are invalidated, and they are getting more and more invalidated, and so the AI is better than many adults. It's that AI never invalidates a young human being. There might be a hidden agenda to it, but AI never invalidates. So, second part of Terminator, and Sarah Connor springs to mind, who comes to the conclusion that machine will be the best father because it's never going to raise the voice, it's never going to criticize, and it's never going to hit. And so that would be a cyborg, that would be the best father. So every time you tell a young person, that's what God wanted, don't exaggerate, other people have it worse, what problems can you have when you are 10 or 15? Just calm down, just sit down and study finally, stop playing games, finally switch that light off, open up the blinds. Why does it disturb you that I enter your room without knocking on the door? Every time you do that, you depersonalize your child or a child. And even to date, you don't have to wait for anything. Already today, AI is better than you in that respect. So it seems to me that it's cool that right from the beginning of our discussion, we talk about young people having objective, real, sensible reasons for sharing their problems and also their secrets with AI. We can put up 2 million posters at school how dangerous it is, that AI does not protect your privacy, right? That's different from us adults, right? Because we are great at protecting privacy, right? That it's worth asking an adult that relationships are important. Whereas the reality of young people looks completely different these days. And it's not about blaming ourselves. So if you have an idea now that after this conference you will go back home and you will tell your child now that 2 weeks ago I told you don't exaggerate. I'm sorry. Have you been using AI in the meantime? No. Let us not. It's not about us blaming ourselves. We want to be good parents, good teachers, good adults. And maybe this sadness of our child disturbs us so much that we are trying to comfort our child. And this is why we tell them, just smile, don't exaggerate. We have good intentions, I understand that. But I really wish all of us that we stop invalidating young people. I am sure, I am convinced that young people prefers and differentiate a human being from AI. I'm convinced that that's the case. Sometimes during classes, we take lots, and students who have come with me, we've been working together for 3 weeks only, and so you can have a wheel of fortune, and you can have a wooden wheel of fortune, and you can have one on the tablet that gives different, funny sounds, etc. Which wheel of fortune do the students choose? Well, the wooden one, always. The young person prefers you. They prefer to speak with you than with AI. The question is, how do we manage this space? Psychoeducation? Yes, AI is pretty good at that, but first of all, what AI is good at is not to invalidate young people. What you have said is that it doesn't invalidate. And it is true that when we speak with young people, they have the feeling that we actually make their problems smaller. And we have to say small. That is something that is important for them. It's something that occupies their minds now. And young people want their problems to be seen, not underestimated. And so this is important, whether a relationship with the AI can be just as important as with a human being. So, well, we hear that there is no eye contact, there's no biological reason. So still, the majority said that it's not the same as a human being. So understanding and not invalidating. So validation is very important. So now I'm turning to Niels. Because AI companions are designed in such a way that they give us the feeling that they are there for us. They are always going to listen to us, that they understand us really well, that they do not judge us, they do not criticize us. But I'm checking whether it is always the case, because those models are only as good as the models that they're based on, and the source of data very often is a human being, so they can be biased, yes? They can take sides. Is it true that they are always so supportive, that they never judge, because they are chatbots that are created by humans?
Is a bit later. It's very complex, like listening to you speak Polish, but then I have the English translation, and my brain goes to Dutch first and back. So, but I think I understood your question.
I hope.
But the thing is, like, we also have to give AI some slack. We already see how it's improving year after year after year, and if you talk to ChatGPT right now about your psychological problems, it's crazy how good it works. We did some tests at our Child Focus helpline and see if AI, I wrote the answers down of a real human, and then I wrote the answers down of ChatGPT, and then I asked the coordinator of the team, can you check which one is AI, and they could not see it.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, and we have to also differentiate between bullshit AI and the ones that we can already trust a bit. And now I'm talking about the answers, not about what they will do with our data, because that's not my expertise. But things like ChatGPT, Sesame, Google Gemini, they will provide you 99% of the time with answers that come very close to what those kids need, unfortunately. So that's a good thing, right? So yes, but on the other hand, I said it before as well, there's many of those AI companions that do role-playing, and those are the ones that we have to be scared of, that some young people turn to. And maybe a last point that I wanted to make is the fact that we are, not only children, as humans, we are creating filter bubbles for ourselves. We already did this before when we were on Facebook, and we were like, for example, I'm a university student in Belgium, so all of my friends, most of my friends, also have a certain degree in education, so I already live in a bubble, because I see their posts and they're talking about pedagogy and about ecology, and so I have a feeling like, oh yeah, so the society must be like doing pretty well and it's pretty green. But then you read the newspapers and then you're like, oh yeah, maybe this is not a real view of society. But AI even makes this, like, amplifies this in a way, because you only will hear from ChatGPT, oh my god, that is the best thought ever. Should I frame it in a photo for you? Oh yeah, thank you, ChatGPT. And that's like, it validates us, it gives us an amazing feeling. And then ChatGPT had the version 5 released this summer, ChatGPT 5, and they stopped it. They said like, okay, because they had a lot of criticism about this, like too much validation, it makes, like, it doesn't criticize you enough, and it gives everybody the feeling they're God. They switched it in ChatGPT 5 in July, and what happened was people got angry. People said, like in interviews, like, I lost my best friend. My best friend ChatGPT doesn't agree with everything I say anymore. I am angry. So what did ChatGPT do? They turned it back a bit. So now we are back with a ChatGPT that says, Niels, that is the best speech you've ever written. Like, wow, amazing. So that's something that we should worry about, because it teaches young people, like, we already, like, the boomers like us, we already learned that, like, we already learned criticism and how to take it. But if we grow up in a society, and everybody, of course, everybody prefers to live in a world where everybody, like, where you do nothing wrong, and where you get no only good feedback. But will this help us as a society? I'm quite scared of that.
Okay. Pan profesor chciał jeszcze coś dodać?
I wanted to add 2 words to the discussion. What complicates it? Because we say what these models are like in the context, if they're supportive or not, and so on and so forth. But in fact, we have different models. There are general use models like ChatGPT. Everybody may want to use this as a friend, therapist, anyone. But it also adapts to the style of the conversation. So everybody will get a bit different kind of conversation. So it depends on what we are like in the conversation. It will influence the interaction. But there are also therapeutic chats that I taught in therapeutic sessions of a given type of therapy. There can be psychodynamic therapies, and the chat will communicate a completely different way than during provocative behavioral therapy or any other kinds. Well, it can be confrontational. I can compose ChatGPT and tell him, "You don't support me, confront me. Set me straight, tell me things that will work for my positive development." So I want to tell you that it's a bit dangerous when we are saying that the models are somewhat, because they're not the same in every contact, and different models aren't the same. The models, saying on average what they do, what they're like, there was a chat that can be really not supportive of some people. So I want to clearly say that we have to realize that it's not always the same. So it's always the first question: who will be using what kind of model and what he will get from it? What will he understand from it? Because when there were no models of artificial intelligence, young people would go to Google for sensitive matters. When there was no technology at all, young people would first of all go for advice to peers, not to their mom or dad. So this is quite natural. We also, when we have some sensitive health issue, we don't go to our colleagues at work, but we ask chat or we Google it online. So what Tomasz said, it's psychoeducationally quite normal that in difficult matters we go to safe conditions. We try to gain psychoeducation in a way that is not very visible. But once again, I want to emphasize that this cannot be, we cannot say on average what these tools are like in human contact, because various tools are different in different interactions, and it all depends also how we are, what we are like in this interaction.
It's really true what you're saying, as in like it really depends on the model, but that's also maybe a thing for us to know, to learn, like when we are talking to a model, whatever Gemini or ChatGPT, we can ask it to take a certain position. You can say like, I'm going to talk to you about my problems and I don't want to be validated. I want you to give me honest feedback as if you were using Freudian therapy, for example. And then the model will take the role of this. So maybe it's like it's in all of us to like ask the right prompts, and then we already like go towards to have a better reaction from our models.
Znaczy, patrząc na to wszystko.
Looking at all of this, of course, we know this is a tool, and this is a very important matter of AI literacy. The ability to use these tools in such a way as that it goes in the right direction. Because what we media report, that when the chat would say, okay, if it helps you, then commit suicide. I see certain risks that too much entrustment of our problems to these tools may lead to a sort of isolation or shallowing of the social bonds. On the other hand, I know that 2 out of 5 people, young people, are glad that or appreciate some social competences that they exercised with ChatGPT. So I wanted to ask you, Zuza, what, in your opinion, should such healthy contact of young people with AI look like? How should these tools work so they are simply beneficial for young people? First of all, what I use AI most of all is studying, first of all, by giving data from my manuals, from my textbooks, by putting in my notes, because I know that filtering and checking is not sufficient for larger research, but for studying it's okay. So I know it can be used for academic purposes, especially at school when classes are very large. Teachers don't have time to devote time to every student to explain in detail certain things. On the other hand, however, as we talked before the panel, generative AI used for writing essays, responding to emails, decreases our competences significantly as far as creative writing goes. So definitely I would go for models that based on data that rather than those that bring from the cloud information that is not there, like ChatGPT does. Looking at our time, because I want to give voice to our young people here, this will be the last round, maybe a concluding round. Deborah, I will ask you, staying on this topic that the question that I asked Zuzanna, how to build, from your perspective, educational perspective, how to build a safe boundaries in context of young people with AI so that the conversation doesn't replace the support of adults?
I think there needs to be a balance, like in everything else. I mean, obviously, if they're relying too much on the chatbot, there is the thing that you have mentioned, the isolation. So kind of creating a balance. As Susanna mentioned, also maybe checking facts and trying to use different models. My fear is that when they're relying too much on the chatbot, the isolation that it can create, it can deepen their mental health difficulties. So, and then it further increases the dependence on the AI. So I think there needs to, that's the word, balance basically between the two, and trying to teach children always to critically think and check the facts also from other websites.
Dziękuję. Tak, rzeczywiście cyfrowa higiena.
Yes, digital hygiene is very important in a broad spectrum of use of digital technologies. Professor, should we be worried that the young people in the future will be using AI on mass scale? What consequences can it have, socially speaking? They are already using it on mass scale, but if we don't have, it's easy to use, and it gives a lot of awards, prizes, and it encourages us, all of us, to use it. And there's a convergence that AI is present everywhere, in PowerPoint, in communicators. So in a moment, there will be no people who are not users of AI. 2 years ago, it was the case, but not anymore right now. But let me tell you one thing, that it will be definitely technology that will increase inequalities between young people. Some people will suffer from it, and others will gain from it. So once again, it will be the same situations as with technology. Some who have will be deprived of something. Some who don't have something will be added something, because so a person who remains by himself or herself with an AI with no social contacts and will get what he wants from this tool and introduce it in his life, it will cause trouble in his life. And other people who have normal social bonds, then he will be able to use the tool in proper moments of time and benefit from this use. So we have to be careful that people don't, the young people don't lose on the contacts with AI. I've been studying technology for 2 decades, and I can say that some people really gain on it and some people really lose on it. And I can indicate people who will lose on it because it's people who always lose, who have various problems connected with different kinds of social situations and the life when it happens. So it will be like this, and it's already like this. When we conduct research, we see, for example, a young person who will tell us all about his successes while he uses generative AI elegantly in his life, and and next to him is a person who uses just the primitive forms without thinking, in an anti-educational way, just to try to cheat the system. For example, in education, in studies, there are people who will learn 10 times more than without this tool, and then we are talking to somebody who doesn't learn at all because he has the tool that does everything for him and pretend to learn for him. So for one person it will be great, for the other person it will be horrible, and this is what it's like. I'm no longer surprised that when I send some material to some educational event, I'm not talking about this very conference, then, for instance, I give the conclusion of the summary of what I'll be saying, or some training program for training, then it's an everyday basis that I receive an answer. I give you the material that was reprocessed by AI, see if it's not better. So this is mass practice of event or conference organizers. AI organize the agenda, prepare some notes. I was looking at your notes. It also looks like done by AI. So much data. So I don't know what to think about it as I look at it, but I'm thinking that what can be crucial from the educational point of view is that we should remember, which I think it's not obvious to many people, unfortunately, that AI is not a search engine, and it's not that we put some things in those algorithms of machine learning and just simply use those algorithms, but we, and I agree here with Professor Andrzej, we perhaps don't know, in fact, what is happening in these algorithms. So I think that many of us may see it this way, that it serves searching information, but I'm sure it's not like that, and the situation will be progressing towards this direction. And our contact with AI here is also different than with a regular search engine. That's true. More advanced search engine. No, just kidding. I will come back to you in a moment. I wanted to ask Niels, your organization is dealing to issues concerning with child sexual abuse. You have campaigns that are to counteract it. How much potential do you see in such services as AI companion? How much can they serve as early prevention that will advise teenagers here to prevent them from sex texting and so on and so forth? How can this tool support them? Because I think the topics around sexual issues, there are quite many in such conversations.
I'm buying myself some time. Can AI help prevent things going wrong online amongst young people? I would say yes, in a way, because it's a very easy tool to access where you can get good prevention tips. But on the other hand, if things go wrong online amongst young people, most of the time, it's not about not knowing what is the good thing to do. It's about choosing to do the wrong thing. And then I'm talking about person A sends a photo, a nude photo, to person B. Person B asked for it. So the problem is not A, the problem is B deciding to show the whole school this photo. And I am not sure if when person B talks to ChatGPT and ChatGPT says, oh, you should not do this, I'm not sure if this will prevent. I think the real prevention of things going wrong in the context of young people online should happen with real prevention in schools, where we talk to young people about, and here comes it, empathy, about integrity, sexual integrity, respect each other online. So in a way, there might be a boy somewhere in the school asking ChatGPT, should I send this photo of my classmates to my friends? And it says no. This might happen, but in the end, I think like the real prevention should be done by real counselors in real life, with real campaigns, by, for example, saverinternet.pl. Very good Safer Internet Center in Poland. Give them money.
Dziękuję. Tak, i wszystko, ja się z tym jak najbardziej zgadzam.
I agree, of course, with it. It can be a supportive instrument, tool, but the presence of the real person is needed. Educating in awareness, technical protection. So coming to the end, because we have young people who will be speaking, I want to speak to Tomasz Bilski. Different studies also at NASK say, and we also heard it during this conference, that young people have very many possibilities in communicating more than 10-15 years ago, and paradoxically they feel lonely. Over 50% of young people speak about loneliness, even though they are in the social media. World Health Organization says that 2 from 6 people suffer from loneliness, which is really tough. The highest percentage is among young people, among teenagers, in terms of loneliness. So on the one hand, we see that the tools can help support young people, can help them fulfill some emotional gaps, to make them feel not as lonely. But on the other hand, this is a vicious circle. It can lead, in fact, to lack of relations. So what to do so that those people don't feel so lonely? From your cooperation with working with young people, do you have some advice in this respect, that they don't have to go to AI? I don't know if I have any advice. And I'm not sure why this is so. I know many people who know the answer to this question, and they say that it's a good time for people. Some people say that it was better at their time. Some people say it's the matter of development of social media and digital technologies. But the truth is, I don't know why it's so. I can speak about it in micro scale, about my experience in what I do. My experience is that once again, I'm going to be critical on our generation, that we pushed away this generation, simply. Note how often we criticize young people, how often we talk negatively about their lifestyle, their wishes, their dreams. We do it on every stage. We do it in parental groups, parenting groups. These groups, to a large extent, criticize the young generation. When we go to trainings of teachers to schools, and often sooner we have some talks in corridors, and we hear a lot of critical comments on this young generation. It was enough to publish recently an article presenting Gen Z that is entering the labor market. And the employer was complaining about the people, what kind of people they are. It's impossible to employ anybody, because he had numerous interviews, and it turned out that one person was a match. But the young person said that he can work, but On Thursdays, he will be working only until 12 because on Thursdays at 9 he eats breakfast with friends and he cannot be at work at that time. So there were numerous negative comments on this generation. But I wanted us to ask ourselves honestly a question: what will we remember a minute before we die? That we worked 12 hours a day to build a house, 500 square meters of a house, and pay off a mortgage? Or will we remember that our whole life, on Thursdays at 9, we had breakfast with friends who are now with us? This is my experience, that we criticize this generation, we push them towards their loneliness, giving them example. They all often push away one another, and at the same time they are much more understanding towards us. Some time ago I was conducting workshops. Maybe it was a mistake on my part, I don't know, but at the end of the workshops I said that I am so impressed by what you're saying that I suppose that if I had the same conversations with adults, there wouldn't be, they wouldn't go as deep as during the discussion with you about emotions and feelings. And what do young people do usually in such situations? And this is what happened this time. Young people told me, we understand it. Our parents didn't talk to them about it. We are the first generation to talk to, so we are not surprised. No problem. And very often this is what I encounter. They forgive us much sooner than we forgive them, and we keep pushing them away. So like we pay attention to details. Oh, you see, the shoes are not in order, and see the blouse of my child, several hundred zlotys, I'll never buy again. And then we enter the room of our child angry to argue about it. And what is our child holding? The phone. And what should the child have? Of course, literature, beautiful literature. And very best regards to the translators at the moment. How will they explain? He mentioned a book in Polish.
And actually, that was obligatory reading, 19th, 18th, 19th century. So I don't know why they are so lonely. There are so many tools. But I just feel that our generation continues to just push them away. And in this context here, when we have teenagers and adults, we know that this dynamic is actually understandable, and we're not as good as we would like to be. Because of course we have brought them up so well, they have everything, etc. So there is research showing how many people in our generation, adults now, are addicted to different things. Okay, how would you say, what is the rate of addiction among psychotherapists? Between 4 and 5 million. So the therapists estimate that between 4 and 5 million people in general, so it's estimated by the psychotherapists, so many people are addicted. Of course, we were happy there were no telephones, no mobile phones, there was no autism spectrum, etc., etc. And you know, the telephone was only available, in the middle of the flat, and everybody could hear your conversation. So of course we are so stable, we are so reliable. You can chat with us, we can talk about any emotions, just admire us. ChatGPT. Well, important words. I would like to say a bit sad, but I agree with you that it is the case that maybe not everyone, but we push the young generation away. And so we pretend that, and we have to remember that actually their problems are their problems. That's what they experience. and that we should be somehow technical experts. We should be experts about the online world, but it's just about a simple conversation, that we take some effort to enter that world because that world is important for them. So I would like to end with a positive thing, and we have got the young people who've been mentioned so many times. I hope they are ready. And in a moment, I'm going to come to you with a microphone. No stress, do not stress. It's really pleasant here, and we are really going to listen to you. We are not going to push you away. Really. I would like you to give us one word, maybe two sentences, yeah? One sentence or two, what you would need from us adults, maybe from the technology creators, maybe from your teachers, your educators, to support you so that you feel safe, but that you can really use the technology in a safe and valuable way. Do you want to come with me? Yes, as you want to, you can come with me. Any volunteers? Or shall we go one by one? You know you young people. What do you need from... Yeah? Will you do that? What do you need from us adults? What do we need from the adults? Many people I know would say nothing. However, this is not true because we get so much from the adults that we should sometimes be happy. Please don't tell my parents what I said. Don't tell them that I said that. However, regarding AI, since this was the main subject of everything that has been said so far, well, I would expect from the AI creators, or maybe more AI trainers, first of all, that they put in less monetization. That is because that when someone wants to use the AI for research, one has to pay. For me, it's a ton of money. Then I prefer to use Google for 0 zloty, the same phrase. And it is possible that ChatGPT is going to make a mistake and I will find the correct answers, because ChatGPT is wrong, makes mistakes very often. If I use any AI models, and I do it very rarely, then about 9 in 10 answers, ChatGPT is at least a little bit wrong, and I'm not very patient. So let's say that if AI takes over the power at any point, will not treat me very gently. And in all of this, do you remember that you are speaking to a machine? Yes. And I'm very cautious. So in a crisis situation, I would never turn to AI. I always bear in mind that it's a machine. So not only does it make mistakes, but it is not a human being. I'm not very social. So I don't like speaking with people about difficult things. So even more, I wouldn't talk about AI. I would prefer to read a book. Nad Niemnem, for example. So 19th century literature. Okay. Thank you very much. You can also make a statement regarding AI and artists. And this was something that you said with anger before the conference today. I would like to say that I don't like when AI replaces arts, when it's about images, videos, music. For me, that's a disgrace. And I see that these days children are better at what is happening and see better what's happening than the adults. So recently I went to a climbing place and I could see how is an adult is showing a video to a child. I didn't see what the video was, but the adult said, well, how funny. And the 10-year-old said, "Dad, this is AI." And I can constantly see how the adult person do not recognize that something is AI created, images, videos. So I am afraid that in a couple of years' time, we'll come to a point when no one is going to be able to distinguish what is AI generated and what is human generated. That the AI can be used for research, however, just for that. Thank you, Gabriel. Can I take the microphone away from you? I would like to add that it makes sense to teach children and young people that AI should not be an authority. It shouldn't be something to look at. It's a machine. And who is someone to look up to? I believe adults, teachers, parents. Thank you. I also believe that it would be good if AI could help a teenager with a panic attack, to help with breathing exercises and other things that can help you relax. And then if there are any suicidal thoughts or plans, that the AI would be able to do something that help would be sent to that person to prevent it from happening, and not even saying go to a psychologist because I'm artificial intelligence, that artificial intelligence would call a person. Yes, if there is danger to human life or health. Yes, thank you. Do you want to? You can sit down, you can get up. I surely would need the following, because the adults often criticize AI, that we use it a lot, that we support ourselves with it. Not everybody believes that it's something good. They believe that it takes creativity away from us, but that's not the only thing, because AI can explain something, can help us as well. And when it comes to the psychological age, well, consulting AI may not be the best idea. We have to bear in mind that it is artificial intelligence, whereas another person can help us understand our problems. But it is artificial. And so it behaves with empathy. However, it is not real. So in itself, it is artificial. And so do you believe that you can bear that in mind when you speak with artificial intelligence? You can't always remember that, because it behaves in a very human way. So it comes to the point when it is so well developed that, for example, when you speak with ChatGPT, that the voice has changed so much that it sounds very humane. But in your opinion, it is worth remembering that it is a machine. Yes, that it is not able to really help you. I would like to mention practically what Basia said. I would need support from our parents, from people who take care of us, that we would need support also, so that the parents would explain, tell us, suggest something, because sometimes artificial intelligence makes enormous mistakes. And when AI stops making mistakes, when we get to ChatGPT 12.0, when it makes no more mistakes, will you need parents, relatives, or will AI be enough? I would remember that it is a robot, and I would prepare to turn to my parents, remembering that I have more life than this robot. Thank you, Jan. I wanted to mention that adults should talk about how dangerous AI can be in a couple of years' time, in 15 years' time, because it can really mix things up in the heads of young people. I don't know if there is anything against, AI rebelling against the human race, and it worries me. And about Crash Royale results during the conference, were they good? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you, Tadeusz. My name is Tomek. Good afternoon. That's the first thing. I would like to say that in today's world, the world of artificial intelligence, I would like to ask all the parents to deal with our problems in a different way, not to take sides. Because I get the impression, and I may be wrong, but I get the impression that young people, when they are in difficult moments, when they can't manage by themselves, they choose artificial intelligence because it doesn't have a worldview, it doesn't have this life experience, so it's not going to exclude us, it is not going to invalidate us because it doesn't have an opinion. It's just a robot. It's going to give us facts, or it will try to be emphatic, but it's not going to exclude us. It is not going to judge us based on what it has experienced, because it's not experienced anything. So physically, apart from being a processor, it physically doesn't exist and it has not experienced anything. So I would like to ask all the parents not to be biased, not to take sides, not to, inverted commas, help young people based on the life 40 years ago, because that's a different reality. And I wanted to refer to the question by Tomasz asked to you, like my colleague. I am of the opinion that despite the fact that the AI can really make appearances and pretend that it's what it's not, and it's doing a good job, but in 10 years' time, only a couple of decades, maybe not in our lifetime, even if it gives the feeling of security and safety, nothing ever, never ever is going to replace a parent. It's a physical person. So not only is that person connected with us somehow, it is in our human nature, and nothing is going to replace it. And it will be just a mirage. So despite all of the appearances, the AI will never replace a human being. I would like to ask which philosopher said as the first one that a human being is a social person? Aristotle? Yes, that was during the very first lesson we had. Thank you. And that's the social sciences. Well done. So it is about doing maths, for example. When you send photos, so I used to have an issue and I couldn't solve those tasks, and now I can come with my homework done. So this is how I became the host here. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your assistance here. I think that this was a great conclusion and ending for today. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the panelists for participating in this panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have no more time, but it's not the end of the conference. There is going to be a film just now. I don't know if you know about it, but it was on our agenda. But just now, I'm going to ask my colleague, Agnieszka Maślanka from the Empowering Children Foundation, please stay, because Spotted, that film is going to be shown. We are going to screen that film, and it's really interesting. And we are going to watch the film, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Minutkę. Dobrze?
Halo, halo, działają.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to invite you to the last point on our agenda. I encourage you to watch a mini-series Spotted. It's a series that tells a story of a peer group, a group of teenagers that faces violence online, different doubts, questions, challenges. It is an experience of violence that is presented from some key perspectives of the person who experiences violence, abuse, a person who uses violence also, and witnesses of this violence, of bullying. It's not without reason that we present you with this series, because it is a key element of our program, educational program, Rówieśnicy, or peers, that will be launched at schools in October. It's still time to apply to it. It's a program, join in. It's a program that is to counteract bullying, violence among peers, among teenagers, with special consideration towards developing empathy, mindfulness, stopping by young people. And this program has key elements. We have a cycle of 10 topics for classes, and what you will see today, the material, the 6 episodes combined together, it's a material that can be used within this program. It's a material where you can look at various challenges of young people in this difficult experience. Besides the cycle of classes, the program has free of charge training and the possibility of conducting diagnosis in the institution that joins the program. So I encourage you to watch it. I hope that it will give you some reflections and encourage you to apply for participation in the program and work on the basis of the resources we provide to work with young people. So enjoy, and let me add also, if you are interested in more information about the program, you can find such information on rówieśnicy.pl website. I will be here today and tomorrow. If you have any detailed questions, you can approach me at my stand, talk to me. So enjoy. It said no hide a girl who apparently forgot her deodorant. Who'll be outside today? You were removed from the chat. You cannot respond to the messages. Who's sitting there in the corner, as always? pathetic photo. Remove it. It's ridiculous. They're writing about you on Spotted once again. Not saying hello to girl who forgot her deodorant before the PE. Good morning. So your tutor probably told you that from this week your class will be joined by Julia. Hi. Yes, so please be kind to Julia, okay? It's not easy to move schools during the year and not know anybody, right? Once again. So please reach out to Julia during the break and help her with to move around. My God. Thank you.
Hey, Julia.
Julia, I'm right? Yes, hi. Alicia. And these are Kamil, hi. Zuzo, hi. Hello, I'm Arthur. Don't worry if I'm weird today because I only slept for 3 hours. Nothing new. How do you like it here? Nothing crazy, right? It's the same everywhere. Maybe let her say something? Cool, I don't know if I have any deeper thoughts at this moment. I told you it's the same everywhere. Right, and here we have the example of the classic class clown whose role in the pack is to make a fool of himself. You have to find a way, right? Not everyone was born beautiful and healthy. And smart. I don't know how you can look in the mirror and show yourself to people. Why are you texting Kamil? You would talk to the new girl. You wanna sit? How is the first day? Just a minute. Your driver is here. I'll be next. It's time to destroy some fuck. Do we know each other? Why? Are you scared? Why are you texting me? Hi. I don't believe my life looks like that. What kind of life? I've been watching them. I watch these guys traveling over the states. I can see them happy all the time. They have no worries. That's my point. What's his name? I sent it to you. It's not fair that she lives in a car without running water, and yet in every photo she looks 10 out of 10, right? Who? Yeah, what do you think about Julia? A nice girl. What should I think? She said maybe 2 sentences, right? Why do you ask? I texted her I sent her a request and she didn't accept. It's so hard, it's impossible that she didn't see it for so many hours. I texted her and she's ghosting me too, so I thought it was strange, so I started to look for her some other places. If you search, you can find her, but all links are inactive, as if she deleted everything, or she blocked us, right? We were nice to them. Why should she do it? She wanted to sit with us. When I think about it, she was a bit strange. Right, the way she introduced herself in the class, it wasn't so shy. It was like, I'm not going to be on your level. She took part in some singing competition. Look at this. It won't be strange if I just go up to them and can I sit simply with them? Maybe Alicia was very nice to me only out of politeness. Comments are blocked. Maybe she did something and all of this was blocked and people were texting her all over. How are you? What's up? Do you want to join us? Did you try to find me on social media? Yeah, I could see it coming that everybody will try to find a new girl. It's not so easy in your case. I know. Several months ago I removed all my profiles. Several months ago I spent too much time on the phone, so I thought that perhaps I could try it and remove it all, and so far I haven't had new ones. I understand it. I admire you that you cut yourself out. It's quite cute that online you can be found only as a girl singing a song. What? How did they get to this video? I removed it myself. Why? Somebody is able to find something about me without me knowing about it. I had no idea it was still there. Where did you find it? Show me. Probably half of the views is by my grandma. This posted a video with a math teacher. That's too much. I'll be next. Look at this cutie. Xdale must think he's hot. He's playing innocent, but who knows? I have more content with this easy guy. If you want it, I'll send you kisses, my dears.
remove this. Someone has shown the post where you were tagged. This is so weak. This is so lame. Have you seen this? Why do you keep forwarding it? It's better to just report it. Well, poor Kamil. What a disaster. Have you finished?
No, powiedz.
Just answer.
Miałeś iść na basen, założyć się trochę.
You were supposed to go swimming this morning,
Zadałem zakusić.
to move a bit, and then what happened? Maybe sit a little bit longer, a bit more. The phone was too tempting, right?
Za minutę wyjeżdżam.
I'm leaving in a 1 minute's time. Well, you have to know what you're doing. Well, sorry, that was not intentional. It's never intentional.
Możesz to wyłączyć?
Can you turn it off, please?
Nie denerwuj.
I don't understand. Does it annoy you? You don't hear me, or you just don't think?
Ja nienawidzę tego.
I hate him.
Przepraszam.
I'm sorry.
Co się dzieje z tobą?
What's happening with you?
No to o co chodzi?
What is it all about? Nothing. No user found. Remove this film. Film removed. Kamil in Kamil's head. Kamil's elsewhere. The number you are calling is currently unavailable. Please leave your message after the tone. I have a friend on TikTok, so when somebody posted something, found that girl, and I asked her to remove that from TikTok, but even when you remove something, all the data is removed. Sorry, all the data is kept for some time. Because that particular role had been removed. Kamil? Are you asleep? How come that you are not up yet? I'm sick. Show me your forehead. Not really a cold. My stomach is aching. You haven't studied for a test? Hey, don't touch me. Leave me alone. Listen, I don't know what's happening. I will allow you not to go to school if something has happened, but talk to me. They're writing different things about me online. Who? I don't know who. Someone from school. I don't want to go there. But what do they write about you? It doesn't matter. They laugh at me. That I try to pick up girls, stuff like that. But this is not the reason to laugh at someone, and that's not even true. They write horrible things about me. Can you show me? No, no way. Son, people are thoughtless. There is no point in arguing about what they say. Tomorrow no one will remember about it. Try not to think about it. She has no idea how it works. She understands nothing. Simply breathe. Just breathe. Hey, mate, what is it all about? Have you seen this link? Do you know who put that in? How are you doing? If you want to talk, just write to me. Remove. Instagram removed. WhatsApp removed. Messenger removed.
No co on się gapi?
Why are you looking at me? Hey, do you need some help? Do you suffer from any illness? This is a panic attack. Have you ever had a panic attack? Try to breathe. Just breathe. It will pass. It will really pass soon. Breathe. In through the nose. Do you want to call someone? It helps. To talk to someone. It will help you ground. Do you want to talk with someone? Melissa T. Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Because taking in some calories is important. I won't be able to do it. I have no idea what's happening, yeah, but that's quite normal. I feel as if, you know, a roller came over it. It's quite normal. That's what panic attacks are like. But seriously, you okay now? How are you doing? Well, how are you supposed to be feeling? I'm on your side, and Alicia has found a hacker, and that person will find whoever put that onto the internet, and there's going to be revenge. Well, what? Don't you think that is fair? Do you want to do anything? Let's play? No! Come on, I won't be able to do that. Okay, I will just play by myself. What are you doing? Can't I do this? Can't I do it this way? Of course you can. But why? What for? You're only wasting time this way. Okay? Give it to me. Take this one. This way, this way. Tick, tick, tick. Have many people seen that post? What? I wouldn't say many. Don't even think about it now. So, it's not good. My dears, we are going to analyze a literal text today. Excuse me, may I go to the bathroom, please? Yes, please. What do you think? What has happened? I know what happened. She put a story up onto Instagram and she got some hateful reactions, and today somebody put like a really like a parody of what she did. Well, for me there's just fancy comment and that's it. But what do you think about them hating them? Well, she put that in. She wanted people to see it, so she needs to take that into consideration. She just, you know, exposed herself and she put that from her own account. I didn't want it. I didn't want to.
Hi, I just want to tell you that you shouldn't have been treated this way. Not you, not your story. I know that we don't know each other very well, but someone sent it to me too, so if you want to talk, I'm here for you. Why did Kamil not come to school? Did he say something? Mate, if this happened to me, I would prefer not to come to school ever again. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What? It was supposed to hurt him, but not this much. I don't know. I don't believe you did it to him. Wait. Please. Don't tell anyone. I have a knot in my stomach from stress. That is my friend, someone I really like. He was talking normally to us that day. Well, he admitted, but I would prefer him to say it was a fake, that it wasn't him, and so we will go back to normal. You know what I mean? Yes, denial. I didn't recognize Arthur as a person who could hurt somebody else to feel better, and I thought I could sense it. Arthur asked me not to tell everyone. I don't know what to do. Do you know why I switched schools? Because in my previous class, my friends bullied me on social media so much that I had to control. I was sick every day. They wrote that I was being weird, abnormal, an alternative, dressing like a bum, staying home because I had no friends. She found a profile where I posted my drawings and mocked them in the class group. And I couldn't answer them. In the end, my parents saw something was wrong. They took it to school and they stopped. But the silent contempt they expressed in the hallways was also unbearable. That's it. My God, what am I supposed to say to that? What do people say in such situations? I don't know. Well, I don't usually say, hi, I'm Julia, I changed school because nobody liked me in the previous one. Can I join you? Honestly, I don't know what to say, what people say in such situations, but I'm sorry I had to go through this. To say I'm sorry is okay. I'm only now learning to talk about it. I go to therapy and I hear with time it is easier. Shall we go? I think I'm doing the right thing. Good morning. Hi, hello. Come inside. How can I help you? I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, that's why I came. But you came to me with a specific problem? Did someone suggest it to you that you should talk to me about something? Did something happen? At school? At home? At school. So I'm all ears. Just tell me. In your own words. It's not about me, actually. Confrontation. What about Kamil? Did he write you back? He texted it. He will join us. He should be here in a moment. Did you tell him Arthur would be here as well? No, no way. He wouldn't come. What would you do if you found out that your best friend posted something like this about you? Would you want to talk with him? I don't know. Neither do I. If anybody suspected him, I would defend him. And so you see, a person you don't expect does something like this. How did he tell you that, anyway? Julia is here. Is this a problem for you? I don't know how to behave in this situation, who to talk to about it with. Arthur is also my friend. She knows everything. I asked her to come and join us. Hi. Julia was there and heard Arthur saying he did it. Hi. How are you? Good. On one hand. I went to the school psychologist. I showed her that post and I told her that Arthur confirmed that he posted it. Why didn't you ask me? Do you think that I want my parents to come to school, see this video, read all the comments about me? I don't believe you did this to me. I didn't know what else to do. I was trying to support you, but nothing was changing, so I was afraid you wouldn't want to come back to school at all. But Arthur will have a lot of problems now, and it's your biggest problem, right? And you, what did you do in these situations? Well, I have all them coming here together, right, to talk about it. Maybe it's for the better. Let everybody know, I don't care. Perhaps they will... I will drop out from school. Don't even say that.
Siema.
Okay, let's not pretend anymore. We know it was you who posted this reel. The girls told us. Sit down. We want to talk with you. I don't want to talk. Dude, I don't want this to be like this. It was a mistake. But I removed it, I deleted it. After 3 hours? I don't know. And how long did you spend to prepare it? How long did you have this video on your phone, which you recorded when and why? You already planned that at that time? I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it, but still I would like you to give me an explanation. What did I do to you? It's not about you. Well, sorry about that. I was thinking that you posted a video with me and it was me getting hundreds of DMs, but maybe it was just an impression. I couldn't stand it how you were good and ideal in everything. Even Julia, on the first day of school, she didn't know anyone. She sat next to you. Even though it was me with Allah talking to her. You don't have to do anything, and still everybody likes you. I don't know. I was angry. And I wanted to get it from you, to take it away from you, but you know you did wrong and you regret. Yes, of course, I apologize. So what am I to do? Just forget about it because you feel stupid about it and everybody wants us to make up so that our group sticks together? Maybe I can make it up to you somehow. Go to school and tell everyone it was me who posted it and that it was all made up. What do you say, Kamil? Okay. I heard you. But I cannot imagine simply spending time with you and not wondering whether you will use what I'm doing, what I'm saying against me in the same sick way as in this reel. You don't have to forgive him. I experienced hate in my old school too. I was called to talk at school, to have talks with the principal. So I went to psychologist, so I think people at school will know sooner or later. Okay. So think, perhaps talk to the psychologist to think what to do later on, what to do not to harm other people when you don't feel good with yourself. So probably I'll be asked to come to school to talk to the psychologist. So now I want to leave here now. Sure, go ahead. Call me when you leave. Wait for me outside. I'll be joining you in a minute. Honestly, I support what Kamil said. With time, maybe it will change, but right now I feel I don't trust you. Sorry. Are you coming? See you at school? Thanks for staying with me. You know, I will also have to think about it. I understand. Do you want to go somewhere, take a walk? Thank you for staying here till the end. I hope you liked the mini-series. This is the end of today's conference. I will see you tomorrow, and please return all the headsets to the gentleman outside. Thank you very much.